This is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso Tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
And the music in the band is mostly playing. We drinking.
Plan to celebrate in style with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Ottawa on Saturday, November the 4th, 2023, for our signature red carpet cocktail gala in honor of the 44th anniversary of the independence of St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. An elegant evening of cocktails, music, entertainment, inspiring remarks, awards, dancing, giveaways, and much more. Added attractions, a special silent auction and raffle in honor of our scholarship funds. So plan to start your style with us on November 4th, 2023. For more information, check us out at www.svgaottawa.com.
Bay Hill News Network is an internet radio. We are affiliate with Fun City Radio USA, Cancardi Radio and Success Radio Canada and Blaze Nation Media Group. You can find Bay Hill News Network at www.bayhillnews.net.
Delivering the most memorable experiences at your event with the Stingerman Scorpion. Whether your event is going to be a small get-together or a large gathering, to ensure that it is an event that you and your guests will remember for a lifetime, Scorpion is that entertainer for you. He has a big personality and can deliver any type of genres to make your event epic. So contact us today to lock in your day to have an epic event of a lifetime with entertainment by Scorpion. Call 678-520-7855 or send us an email at stingerevents@gmail.com. That's STINGAHEVENTS@gmail.com.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday.
Please protect me when I step out to party. I beg you, please guide over me from wicked and envy, because they're going to sweat me and laugh with me. But if I fall, they're going to smile. Me and them going to struggle, they will still go and plan my demise. Run to be a man to fight me down just because I start. So when they see me in a party, watch me in the eye. And this is for you, for you, for
With the hope of making the premier
New York Massive will join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st. It's all happening at 42 Malta Street, Brooklyn, between New Rocks and Heckman. The jamming starts at 9 p.m. with The Man Age, Dennis Palmer, Jose Juan, Alejandro Ives, Oscar James, Persona, Jakey, Bob MC, Hamlet, and Rejector, with special guest appearances by Lively, The Scorcher, and from Grenada, Hercules. Come and enjoy local Vincy foods and a well-stocked bar. Admission to this is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
It's my sweet playing. We drink it.
Good evening and welcome. My name is Suzette Smallweeks, the president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Ottawa. We will be starting our official evening's program shortly. In the meantime, just a bit of housekeeping. A friendly reminder to be cordial and respectful. Mute your microphone unless you're asking a question. If you have a question, raise your hand on camera or use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. Ask questions in the chat and the moderator will gather the questions. This evening's program is also being streamed live on SVG Association official Facebook page and YouTube via Bay Hill News Network, and also be streaming live on Bay Hill News Network TV, Concordia Radio, Success Radio, and Fun City Radio. Thanks, Team Bay Hill News Network, for your continuous support. At this time, we will go back to commercial break, and at the top of the hour, we will proceed with the evening's program. So get comfortable. See you in a bit.
It's the Calypso College. Don't forget, every Monday night from 8 o'clock to 10 p.m., Stephen Huggins, your host, brings you the Calypso College on Sweet Radio SVG. And I tell you what, we'll play modern Calypso, youth Calypso, vintage Calypso, just sweet Calypso. Join us then.
Hi, we're the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band, and we're an easy listening conservative musical provider. We cater for cocktails, receptions, birthday parties, or any private event that you may wish to acquire musical services. Please contact us, the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band.
Plan to celebrate in style with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Ottawa on Saturday, November the 4th, 2023, for our signature red carpet cocktail gala in honor of the 44th anniversary of the independence of St. Vincent and the Grenadines from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. An elegant evening of cocktails, music, entertainment, inspiring remarks, awards, dancing, giveaways, and much more. Added attractions, a special silent auction and raffle in honor of our scholarship funds. So plan to strut your style with us on November 4th, 2023. For more information, check us out at www.svgaottawa.com.
It's for the love of carnival. Tell them it's passing tongue. Trouble when we touch down carnival. Meet me by the Victoria Park. We gon' get our body there. Oh, carnival, we gon' get our back, get our back, get our back, get our back. All in the name of carnival. All in the name of culture. With the hand and a rag and a It's for the love of carnival. Tell them it's passing tongue. Trouble when we touch down carnival. Meet me by the Victoria Park. We gon' get our body there. One corner, we gon' get our back, get our back, get our back, get our back. All in the name of carnival. All in the name of culture. With your hand on the rag and a fuck with a bandana. All in the name of festival.
Delivering the most memorable experiences at your event with the Stingerman Scorpion. Whether your event is going to be a small get-together or a large gathering, to ensure that it is an event that you and your guests will remember for a lifetime, Scorpion is that entertainer for you. He has a big personality and can deliver any type of genres to make your event epic. So contact us today to lock in your day to have an epic event of a lifetime with entertainment by Scorpion. Call 678-520-7855 or send us an email at stingerevents@gmail.com. That's STINGAEVENTS@gmail.com.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate 5 Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate 5 Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawa@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
Bay Hill News Network is an internet radio. We are affiliate with Fun City Radio USA, Kankadi Radio and Success Radio Canada and Blaze Nation Media Group. You can find Bay Hill News Network at www.bayhillnews.net.
It's the Calypso College. Don't forget, every Monday night from 8 o'clock to 10 p.m., Stephen Huggins, your host, brings you the Calypso College on Sweet Radio SVG. And I tell you what, we'll play modern Calypso, youth Calypso, vintage Calypso, just sweet Calypso. Join us then.
New York Massive. Come and join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
We drinking.
It's all happening at 42 Malta Street, Brooklyn, between New Locks and Hegman. The jamming starts at 9 p.m. with The Man Age, Dennis Bowman, Jose Juan, Delahante Isles, Oscar James, Persano, Jakey, Bob MC, Hamlet, and Rejector, with special guest appearances by Lively, The Scorcher, and from Grenada, Hercules. Come and enjoy local Vincy foods and a well-stocked bar. Admission to this is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
And the music in the band is massively playing. We drinking.
Looking for a unique specialty design for that special occasion? Look no further. At Delicious, they specialize in endless possibilities. They can bring your ideas to life and provide you with a unique cake created for your specific event or occasion. They are specialized in cakes and cupcakes. Single layer starts at $70 for 7-inch. Regular cupcakes are $40 and minis are $15 each. So, contact Delicious about your ideas for your specialty cake and cupcakes by calling 784-431-8721 or send them an email at dklicious822@gmail.com. Again, for your specialty cake and cupcakes, call Delicious at 784-431-8721 or by email dklicious822@gmail.com.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawaassociation@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
Thank you very much, Bay Hill News Network, for keeping us a bit there occupied with all of our ads. And I tell to our fellow viewers, if you're streaming, remember to check out our ads that been played. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For those of you who may just join us, my name is Suzette Smallweeks, the president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Ottawa. Just give me a second, just internet issues this. People views are coming. So just give me a sec, please. Sorry about that. Just give me a second here, please. Working with 3 screens at time can be challenging. And today's just one of them. Noel, if you can just switch back over and do a little commercial, please. Sorry about that. Let me just get this sorted out at my end. I am so sorry about this.
Please protect me when I step out to party. I'm begging you, please. Please guide over me from wicked and envy, because they're going to sweat me and laugh with me. But if I fall, they're going to smile. Me and them going to struggle, they will still go and plan my demise. Run to be a man to fight me down just because I start rise. So when you see me in a party, watch me in the eyes. And this is for you, for you, for you. Take dirty bad my you, for you, for you. Take dirty heart for you, for you, for.
Hey. Yeah, I think I'm should be good now, Noel. Thank you so much for that. Again, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for those technical difficulties. Again, for those of you who may be joining us, my name is Suzette Smallweeks, the president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Ottawa. It's an honor, great pleasure to have everyone here this evening at our community dialogue. To fully enjoy this evening's discussion, a friendly reminder to mute your microphones and make use of the emotion icons and chat room at the bottom of your screen. This evening's engagement is in collaboration with our community partners, Big Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, and the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band. Thank you for partnering with us this evening in having this community conversation. To our talented panelists, host Gary Peters, Olcaba Bennett, Rodney Small, Dr. Cleve Scott, Chanel Scorpion Williams, Carlos Rejecter Providence, Javed Jaya the artist, Dr. Kevin Brown, Karen Vera, Marvin Thomas, Carlos Walcott, and Jim Lewis. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to hear from all of them. This marks the beginning of many conversations to come as our community works together as a common purpose. That is, to set beneficial goals for us in the diaspora and our homeland. Our community only works best when we support one another. This evening's topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mass. This is an icebreaker for us to learn the ways in which we continue to support and strengthen our culture in both our native and adoptive homeland. Vincy Mass is a brand and our pride. It is an integral part of our lives. It is not a street party. I love the act of taking up public space. I love the artistry of the masquerade, the sound of the steel pan, the subversiveness of the calypso, and the joy of soca. I love the paint and powder at Juve. I love the history rooted in this celebration, and I love the economic aspect. Carnival is a lived reality, an important celebration of our culture, life, and who we are. But Carnival, in my personal opinion, can be celebrated all year long by continuing to educate about the art forms of playing and making steel pan, mass, and the music of calypso and soca. Carnival teaches freedom of expression. Some people complain, is it chaotic? But the importance of Carnival is that it teaches individuality, expression, community, and selfhood. People should be taught and encouraged to be express themselves freely without compromise, to work in a community, to respect, support, and accommodate difference. Mass, calypso, soca, and steel pan. Those are the main art forms that make Carnival unique. Carnival, as it is now, has evolved. The high level of art, the high level of competition, and all the major parties have developed over time. This evening, we have with us a diverse panelist with a great deal of knowledge, experience, technical expertise, historical experience, outlook, and perspective, who will facilitate a fantastic discourse on our topic this evening. Thank you, and we look forward to a very interesting discussion. Ozzy, over to you.
Susan, give me a minute. Yes.
Noel, perhaps in the meantime, Ozzy is grabbing those bios of our panel. Maybe you can just run another commercial until he gets himself sorted out.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on the Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawa@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
She loved the road, the road, the road. She said everything, everything, everything must be big, so big. Big speaker, big chunk, big wheeler. Big road, big road, big road.
New York Massive. Come and join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
We drinking.
It's all happening at 42 Malta Street, Brooklyn, between New Locks and Hegman. The jamming starts at 9 p.m. with The Man Age, Dennis Bowman, Jose Juan, Delahante Isles, Oscar James, Persano, Jakey, Bob MC, Hamlet, and Rejector, with special guest appearances by Lively, The Scorcher, and from Grenada, Hercules. Come and enjoy local Vincy foods and a well-stocked bar. Admission to this is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
It's massive playing. We drink.
It's for the love of carnival. Tell them it's passing tongue. Trouble when we touch down carnival. Meet me by the Victoria Park. We gon' get our body there. Oh, Ghana, we gon' get our back, get our back, get our back, get our back.
Okay, in the meantime, I will assist Ozzy with the reading of the bios, unless if Ozzy, are you ready? Do you have them handy? Okay, I will go ahead until he able to jump. We know how technology goes until there's just one of those. Panelists for this evening, and I'm reading the bios in no particular order. Rodney Small. Small has been involved in music for the past 26 years. His career started out of curiosity at a tender age. He's the only musician in his family. By the age of 16, Rodney Small became a household name in St. Vincent and the Eastern Caribbean. He is presently a proud graduate of the Edna Madley College of the Visual and Performing Arts at Jamaica, graduating with first-class honors and Director's Award for Academic Excellence. Mr. Smalls holds a certificate from the UWI in Events Management and a diploma in the Creative and Cultural Industries from ICDF Taiwan. Rodney is a board of director in the National Cultural Foundation, the Carnival Development Corporation. He has performed at a number of events locally, regionally, internationally, and in the countries across the region. He is also one of the major production manager of a number of state events in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He is one of St. Vincent and the Grenadines' top junior pan arrangers in the steel pan world. He competed in 5 junior panorama competitions, winning 3 titles and placing second in the other 2 arranging for the Sinai Euphonium Steel Orchestra. Mr. Small was also one of the featured artists in the CXC Arts magazine. Mr. Small signed his first big endorsement with the telecommunication company Flow in 2016, which he sees as a big accomplishment as a musician. He is now a proud Digicel ambassador. He hosts his annual Steel Expression concert, which features several young upcoming artists and different aspects of the creative arts, has become a must-go and is worthy of a place on any international calendar of events. He's recently awarded by the Searchlight newspaper People Choice and the best steel pan player in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 2015 was an outstanding year. Rodney, with his outstanding collaboration with megastar Gamal Skinny Fabulous Doyle, their hit song "This Island Is Mine," has helped cement his place in the history books. Rodney is the president of the Pan Association in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's also a well-qualified judge and have judged panoramas across the region. He is the coordinator of creative and cultural industries in the Ministry of Tourism, Sports, Culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He is the owner and CEO of RS Academy, one of the leading academy and talent agency companies in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He is newly named cultural ambassador by the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Rodney feels that his mission is to uplift the music of the steel pan and make it more pronounced in the international arena. My love for music is part of my spiritual being with God on my side. Anything is possible for me to achieve my goals and make my dreams come true. Everyone has dreams. Luckily for me, I'm living and enjoying mine by performing for my fans. Carlos Walcott, a Vincentian born and living in Canada, was a former school teacher before migrating. A songwriter, a poet, reigning calypso and soca king of Winnipeg, he's active in the Afro-Caribbean diaspora in Winnipeg. Scorpion. Scorpion has been singing all his life and has carved a niche for himself on the raga soca scene. His first major public performance was at the Junior Calypso competition. Scorpion joined the National Youth Band as a lead vocalist, developing his skills as an entertainer. Scorpion has released tracks namely On Fire, Looking Fine, Turn the Lights Down Low, Leave Me Alone, Carnival Song, Soca Love, Ragamuffin, Wine and She Ain't Get It Yet, Hamman Kongs, Ready, Waistline, Red Parade, all releases from the singer man himself. Scorpion has also entered the Vincy National Calypso Monarch competition arena with his song Until and was awarded Calypso Monarch. Never Forget was a patriotic song using all to never forget their roots. The video went on to win Best Video of the Year. 2019 saw Scorpion releasing both a track and a video for this year's saga from Duda, Still Making Waves. 2022, we saw big releases from The Contagious to the ladies' favorite Real Steel, Hold It, and The Bagger Big Road. Scorpion even released a video for the track Big Road and has YouTube viewers in frenzy. This year, 2023, Scorpion has proven once again that he is indeed a true consistent entertainer. The Stinger Man gave us the Raga Soca project, which comprised of Diluted and Not Today, a collab with the up-and-coming rising star Kiki, which was written by Scorpion, named Stunter. The touch tribute to one of his number one fans who has gained viewers entitled RITP, and he topped us off with the current year hit Lip Pipe. This song has all the ladies reaching for their buckets. Scorpion Echuati is creating his own style of music by fusing genres often called the crossover by his peers. Scorpion gives all of the credit to the Almighty for his many talents. Scorpion, the singer, songwriter, composer, and remarkable entertainer with a heartstring of mission in Caribbean music is a rightful place in history. Carlos rejected Providence. The younger brother of former road match. Is that person can mute for us, please? Thank you so much. And Ozzy, if you're here, please jump right in so that I can give my voice a break if you're in and ready. But I'll keep going. Carlos rejected Providence, the younger brother and former road match and calypso monarch of SVG, the late Lloyd Caribbean Hog Providence. There goes my. Sorry about that, rejector. To the technology just has a way that it just wants to do whatever that it feels like doing. As with Scorpion song will say, not today, not today, not today. Rejecter began singing at the age 11 as a student at the Kingston Anglican School. At age 13, he was crowned primary school calypso monarch and has been writing and performing calypso ever since. Performed with the Calypso Theatre headed by the Vibrating Skates for 3 years before co-founding the Calypso Classroom in 1980 along with iReality. Lord Have Mercy and the Late Duster. That same year, Rejecter placed fourth in the Calypso Monarch competition. In 1981, he formed the Untold Calypso 10, along with Claudia Samaritan singer Morgan, Cornelius Poser William, and Caldrick Steady Straker. Crowned Calypso Monarch and Independence Monarch in 1992 and 1996, as semi-finalist and finalist on numerous occasions, and last place third in 2009. Migrated to the US in the year 2000 and co-founder of the New York-based Dynamite Calypso tent, which he still performs with, was crowned Calypso Monarch of Washington, D.C. in 2003 and 2005, was also crowned Calypso Monarch of Baltimore in 2005 and placed third in 2006. In 2004, placed second and won the People's Choice Award in Miami. Memorable hits such as Drug Menace, My Banana Is It, Invitation to Colombia, Upgraded Satellite Dish, Unethical Doctor, Haruna, Vagrant Life, and many more. Dr. Cleve M.C.D. Scott is a historian, development specialist, cultural critic, a former music teacher, and a 40-year veteran in the calypso and soca genres. He's a sound recording engineer who has worked on a dozen road marches, hundreds of soca, and thousands of calypsos in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and elsewhere in the Caribbean. Among the numerous hits he has worked on are Kevin Little's Turn Me On. He has judged calypso across the region and trained calypso judges and calypsonians. Once a judge for the Barbados Pick or Day Crop Calypso competition. He has been serving as calypso critic for the Barbados-based Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation (CBC) TV8 for 25 years. He is also the co-founder of the Signal Band and a member of the legendary band Touch. Dr. Kevin Brown is the son of Jennifer Glasgow Brown, who was not only a prominent civil servant, but a musician as well. Growing up, he was always immense in Vincy Mass, especially since his father, Judge Mass, and his mother, who has judged every aspect of Vincy Mass, mainly steel pan and calypso. He first started learning to play the piano during his childhood as his mother was also a music teacher, and he also entered Mr. Pat Prescott's music school where he was taught by Miss Gillian Williams. He then ventured to the We Fantasia Panyard, where he took up the steel pan. He then went on to participate in numerous panoramas where he also played with St. Vincent Grammar School Steel Orchestra, Rhythm Mix, and Star Lift. It was at St. Vincent Grammar School where his love for arranging began, and since he has arranged for the Rhythm Mix Steel Orchestra and University of the West Indies Monarchs, Jamaica's Panoridium Steel Orchestra, and whilst pursuing his medical degree. Kevin also sung the National Soca Monarch on 3 occasions, as well as Calypso with the Upstage Calypso tent. His love for arranging steel pan capulated him into music production and writing both for himself and other prominent soca artists. This year, he is adding Carnival event promoter to his portfolio with an inaugural breakfast party called Solar Race, where he collaborated with Carnival experts Lester Iroha. Hope I didn't butcher that name. Dr. Brown currently resides in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but during his time at university in Jamaica at the time spent working in Trinidad, he was always taking part in carnivals there and always find his way back to St. Vincent to experience Vincy Mass due to his love of the music, culture, and people. Javad Rose, a Vincentian, was born Missan Rose on May 28, 1997. Javan first was introduced to music at 12 years old, and he has been performing as a singer, entertainer, and songwriter ever since. Javad received most of his music training at Bethel High School in Camden Park, St. Vincent, where he started off playing the saxophone and then switched to piano and voice. Javad is a skilled musician and performer with song background in the entertainment industry. He has performed at several hotels in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and participated at the Caribbean Youth Fest St. Lucia. He's currently back from Jamaica, where he participated in Caribbean Rhythm Showcase and is already signed to record labels Amsterdam. Naming meeting. An artist is someone who can express what is being thought of and fabric, such as logically or emotionally, through a canvas of melodies and harmonies with matching visuals to further elaborate that initial thought. One who can connect with listeners emotionally and inspire or motivate through the power of voice. The name JR, on the other hand, comes from the name Javel Rose as a child nickname JR, which was frequently confused for Junior, hence the J was added for emphasis together JR and his ideas. Here are some of JR's performance history. At the University of West Indies award ceremonies, Gate 3 Restaurant and Cafe, Mango's Restaurant, the French Veranda, Sunset Shows, Young Island Resort, to name a few. He also performed at local weddings. Jim Lewis. Jim Lewis is a Vincentian now residing in Toronto, Canada. He was a former president of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Association of Toronto, Inc., and is currently a board member of the association and one of Toronto's association rep on the popular Vincy Unity Picnic Committee in Canada. Jim is also one of the co-hosts of the engaging segments on Kankadi Radio in Your Corner Canadian content. He has a passion for calypso music and always lend his support for the art form and ensure that it has a place on the big stage at the Vincy Unity Picnic, Canada, from local calypsonians in the Canadian diaspora. Marvin Thomas. Marvin Acker, aka Short Man, born and lives in St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the village of Sion Hill. A technician by profession, his love for culture started at the age of 12 years when he started playing piano with the Sion Hill Euphorium Steel Orchestra and also an electrician for the Sion Hill Lighting Committee for 24 years. The love of culture grows with him. He moves from pan to mass and have been involved in building costumes for about 18 years now. First with Links Organization for 4 years and Blondie Board and Friends for about 14 years. Alcaba Bennett, which I think don't need any sort of introduction to this space. He is the president of the Calypsonian Association of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Karen Vera is the managing director and the face behind Oxygen Mass. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this conversation started as we have this conversation on the transition of Vincy Mas. Again, I urge you please to mute your mic when not speaking and please utilize the chat room icons below. Gary, over to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Suzette. And I just want to say welcome to all the participants who are here this afternoon. I also want to say thank you to the SVG Ottawa Association for inviting me to host this very important discussion. I think that a discussion such as this is very timely and a talented pool of human resources that we have here today. I think that this conversation, this discussion would be fruitful and quite beneficial to the participants who are involved in this, as I say, very important discussion. It's really not often that you get a chance to really articulate your views and perspectives in such a forum. Okay, so I just want to also say kudos again to you, Suzette, and your team for putting together such a discussion. My name is Gary Peters, and it's really a fantastic opportunity for me to really host, as I say, such a talented pool of persons, participants, to really have such a timely discussion. Vincy Mas is something that is very important to us in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and by extension, the diaspora. So we want to gather some perspectives, we want to gather some views, because as the topic suggests, there seems to be what we may call a transitioning of Vincy Mas. We'll find out today if it has happened before, if it's something that, you know, it's the norm. I mean, it's been several years now since we've had Vincy Mas activity. There's been changes in all forms. Music has changed, mass has changed, you know, pan, you know, the different roles. So we have some experts here today with us, and we're going to have a fantastic dialogue. So what I've done basically is to, for efficacy, we'll try to place some of the talents that we have into categories, but it by no means mean that you are just restricted to offer your perspectives and opinion. But as I said, for efficacy, I've divided the discussion into four main areas where we'd have mass and pan, and we have some resource persons that would contribute directly to that, calypso, raga, and power soca. And interestingly, I've added a section here called the CDC shows and private events. Um, so those are the four broad areas which we'll try to focus on and extract from that, the meat of the discussion, if you want to call it that. And I'm just going to follow basically what I have here. And the first category that we have is mass and pan. And I'm here marking these persons: Rodney Small, Marvin Thomas, Karen Vera, and Dr. Kevin Brown. Once these persons are here, the dialogue basically will focus initially around your presentation. And what I'm hoping to do is, of course, had a beautiful introduction there by Suzette. But if there's anything that you need to add, you can have a minute or two to just put all of that into perspective. And then the idea is that you present in some way a brief dialogue on what Vincy Mas means to you in the particular area. And then after that, we'll probably proceed into a more broader discussion on the topic that is there and summarize. And that would be the format for the other three categories as well, where I would earmark the persons initially. And of course, as I said, it's not meant to restrict anyone, but if there's, valuable contribution to be made in that particular area by any of the other panelists who we have earmarked for this program, certainly you can make your contribution. So with such a glowing bio, we're going to call on Rodney Small to introduce himself again, and basically give us an overview of what he sees as Vincy Mas and its importance to him and in the particular areas that he functions in. So over to you, Rodney.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whichever part of the world we are right now. I hope everybody's hearing me. As you said earlier, my name is Rodney Small. In this capacity, I'm the president of the Yolo Pan movement, who is the governing body for steel pan in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. For me, Vincy Mas means a whole lot of things, as I am most time involved in almost every little thing that says Vincy Mas. But for me, Vincy Mas is really a unifying spirit that brings us together, that creates some level of identity that allows us to express ourselves, where we can respect our own individuality as Vincentians.
You didn't go with me.
Hello? You hear me right, Gary?
Yes, Rodney.
Yes. Right. I was saying that Vincy Mas, for me, it's a unifying spirit that brings us together. And I mean, that allows us to express ourselves freely as Vincentian and give us the opportunity to really push that Vincentian product and that uniqueness out there to the world. Most importantly, it is it's something that we can build a more unifying society, where we can appreciate each other for what we do or who we are. Vincy Mas is full inclusion, because I heard you mention private shows and CDC shows and all of the other components. So I see it as full inclusion for all of us as Vincentians. So for me, most importantly, and because we're doing this and we have such a big panel, it's all about the unifying spirit of togetherness.
Thank you very much, Rodney. And we'll move on. Marvin Thomas. Can we have your perspective as well? Brief intro. All right. Oh. Welcome, Marvin. I think we're hearing you. Check your mic. All right. Well, Marvin, maybe we can get back to you when you sort that out. And I think Karen would have to forgive me. Generally, we would say that ladies first. um, what we'll do, we'll take Karen while Marvin sort out. Is this you will come back to you in a bit, Marvin. So please, Karen, can you give us a little overview?
Good night, everybody. Um, for me, Vincy Mas means more than I could put into words. For me, the greatest day of Vincy Mas is and will always be Carnival Tuesday. As a child, I remember, like I always wanted to play a more integral role in Carnival, in Tuesday. Like, how can I be a part of that? When I was in UE, I was a part of the International Affairs Committee, and we were responsible for doing events there. And that is where I kind of got into the entertainment business and wanting to see people have a good time. I did that. I came back to St. Vincent in 2010. In 2011, we did Uncle Skinny, we did Black Rave, we did Climax, and then the rest is history. It just kept building from there. In 2017, I embarked on the Oxygen Mass journey, and it has undoubtedly been a success. And so for me, it is, how do I take Vincy Mas and Carnival Tuesday and take that to the world? And every year, that is my aim. How do we make it bigger? How do we get more people to come into our island to see this pure, authentic, amazing day where there's a parade on the road, where people are having the most fantastic time? That is my aim. And that's what Vincy Mas is to me.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Marvin, are you ready?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you clearly now.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Marvin Thomas, as was said before. Presently working out with Blondie Board and Fred Mass Band. Been with Mass Band for some 15, 16 years now. What Carnival means to me this year, and Carnival means to me is like, as Raddy said, it means a lot to me. It means the world. Since I've been at the age 10 to 12, I've been involved in culture in St. Vincent in terms of building, playing pan. And I've seen that this year Carnival has been a very, what I must say, very learning and experience and very well-rounded Carnival for me this year. In that I've done something that I've never done yet in Carnival. I've done some production for Calypsonians. I did some production for Pansize and my own mass band and other mass band. And Carnival is like another part of my life. There's only 2 times a year I celebrate. It's Carnival and Christmas. One, because of Christmas is because of not the drinking and the eating, the lighting. Spectacular part of the lighting in St. Vincent. The Carnival hold the biggest part of my heart. And I will continue to be in Mass and to give as much as I can to my country in culture, as long as God give me health and strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marvin. And I saw the passion coming through. It's really exciting, to see that kind of passion being expressed. And I think this is why, we have in the participation in this event today. The final person in this category for now to give an introduction is Dr. Kevin Brown. Dr. Brown, you're here?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
All right, welcome.
Yes, good to be here, and thanks for having me. But I'm seeing everyone talking about what Carnival means to them. For me, I basically describe it as my happy place. I think it has nurtured us from when we were growing up as children, and I think our society itself has taught us indirectly about the culture of carnival. It's something that we grew up loving. So for me, growing up with parents who judge carnival, whether it's mass, band, all aspects, I remember there as a child sitting down by the judges panel watching all the mass bands going across, all the music that was played. And so for me, carnival is more of a nostalgic experience because we grew up in it. And during that time, it's some of our best memories. And I think based on those memories is why we gravitate to it and we always have an affinity for carnival, especially now. But my journey has taken me from pan and growing up and feeling the goosebumps when you hear the pan play live, not listening to it basically on a television or radio, but being there live and feeling that music, feeling that bass. I think that resonated with me, especially experiencing it in other countries. You know, I went to Trinidad, I went to Jamaica, and I think in my journey, especially with pan, it has taught me the different aspects of music, how to use it, and that led me to arranging. And then from arranging now, I mean, it broadened my horizons. I got to work with a lot of people, a lot of artists, a lot of entertainers, and I even did things for myself, being a participant. And I think that's what has led me to participate and always contribute to Vincy Mass, even though it may be late, especially with my hectic schedule. But then later on now, I guess this one, is by default. You surround yourself with those who have a similar thought process or similar goals. And I think that is what has led me to interact with a lot of my friends and colleagues who are more or less in the same, the same sphere of carnival. So with those colleagues, being around the different shows, artists, the whole concept of carnival is what basically led me to throw in my promoter hat this year, as I mentioned. And as a result, I think it shows you another side of carnival. One, it helps you to try and marry what has been done in the past and what they do now. I think also it shows you the business of carnival. And then the part that I have always been attached to would have been the music, you know, the creation. Nothing, for me, everything is about what is created for carnival. I always look forward to hearing the new tunes, seeing what the masses this year, what Blondie and the other bands have come up with, Dragons, you name it. And well, I have to do a plug for Oxygen Mass. But at the end of the day, I think the whole aspect of carnival is innate. And I also want to mention that I've realized in St. Vincent, and we don't look at how valuable it is for us. The average person somewhat has stuck in carnival. You know, I remember going in my first day when I started working here. I heard nurses and so just talking about the songs that they were hearing for carnival. And they were very adamant about whose song and which song they like and that kind of thing. So whether we know it or not, we indirectly feel some sort of passion towards our own culture. But I'll not try and, I don't want to draw it out any longer with regards to that. So thank you. That's my piece about my love. And I think I refer to carnival as my happy place.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. I think we are off to an excellent start. You know, and the first category, you know, but what we'll do, well, I'll give you something to think about because we're going to take a little break, run some ads, and we'll have the panelists in this particular category start thinking about the particular area. So it's pan and mass, and I know what we are seeing is persons who have a kind of dual affair, but you're going to focus on your specific area. In the case of Rodney, I understand he's all, you know, in different areas, but I know he's a pan man as well. But, you know, focus in your particular area. And the question would be, how do you see the role of your particular area in reference to whether it's pan or mass? In Vincy Mass, its relevance, okay? going forward, any opportunities and challenges. So 3 things you're going to focus on before we return. You're going to look at your particular area and you're going to say, basically, what is the relevance? You're going to give a perspective on the relevance of your particular area, you know, the purpose it serves, if you want to put it that way, opportunities and challenges that you may see. All right, so we'll take a little break to run some ads, and we'll be back with this discussion.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate 5 Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate 5 Band. Live streaming on the Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube, the Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawaassociation@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
Hi, we're the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band, and we're an easy listening conservative musical provider. We cater for cocktails, receptions, birthday parties, or any private event that you may wish to acquire musical services. Please contact us, the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band.
Bay Hill News Network is an internet radio. We are affiliate with Fun City Radio USA, Cancardi Radio, and Success Radio Canada and Blaze Nation Media Group. You can find Bay Hill News Network at www.bayhillnews.net.
Come and join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
We drinking.
It's all happening at 42 Malta Street, Brooklyn, between New Locks and Hegman. The jamming starts at 9 p.m. with The Man Age, Dennis Bowman, Jose Juan, Delahante Isles, Oscar James, Persano, Jakey, Bob MC, Hamlet, and Rejector, with special guest appearances by Lively, The Scorcher, and from Grenada, Hercules. Come and enjoy local Vincy foods and a well-stocked bar. Admission to this is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
And the music in the band is mostly playing. We drinking.
Jaja, please protect me when I step out to party. I'm begging you, please guide over me from wicked and envy, because they're going to sweat me and laugh with me. But if I fall, they're going to smile. Me and them going to struggle, they will still go and plan my demise. Run to Ubia, run to fight me down just because I start. So when you see me in a party, watch me in the eyes. And this is for you, for you, for you. Take dirty bad my you, for you, take dirty hard for you, for you, for you.
She loved the road, the road, the road. She said everything must be big, so big. Big speaker, big chunk, big wheeler. Big road, big road, big road.
All right, welcome back. Okay, so just before the break, the question was for the participants in this particular category: how do you see the role of your particular area in Vincy Mass, its relevance, purpose, and any challenges that you think that your particular area and its contribution to Vincy Mass has? And this time I think I'm going to get it right. So we're going to start with Karen. Karen?
Yes. You're going with ladies first this time for sure, boy.
Definitely. It's a
Okay.
privilege.
The relevance, like I was saying, in my little introduction, Carnival Tuesday is the climax of Vincy Mass. This is the day when ordinarily our artisans would have gotten the chance to showcase their talents. And it has always been fascinating, to listen to a costume being called sunflower, and then when that costume is coming down the road, it looks exactly like a sunflower. You could see the artistry in it. That is what is unique about Vincy Mars, the way the costumes are built. For me, our band is a little different. We are a party band. So when we're registering for Vincy Mars, there's traditional bands and then there's party bands. We fall into the party band category. For me, the opportunities would be the continuous growth of Carnival Tuesday and of Vincy Mars altogether. It is for us to find ways to continuously grow and to get people, like I said, into our islands. And this is what all the islands are doing right now. Everybody is trying to get more people to come in to witness their festivals. And so then that is our threat. Our threat then would be the other islands, the neighboring islands, Grenada, St. Lucia, those who have closer carnivals to ours. So it's for us to find our authenticity and determine how we're going to transfer this information to the rest of the world so that they could come in and be a part of it. For me, the opportunities come from networking and from, talking to similar bands across the region so that we could feed ideas off of them. And what we should try not to do is to make Carnival too commercialized. That means we don't allow the bigger islands to come in and have the same fetes that they have in Trinidad and Barbados and Jamaica, because that's what's happening with the bigger islands. The bigger islands are becoming so commercialized that it is the exact same festival, just in a different location. And that is what Vincy Mars has over a lot of these festivals. We don't have that. We have a pure, authentic product. And that is what we need to figure out how to transfer that over to everyone else. I think that's pretty much what I have on my notes.
All right, so I'm going to come back to you in a moment, but I'm also going to bring in representative from what we may consider the traditional masks, if you want to call it that. They would have a narrative that suggests that maybe a band like Oxygen and, along that kind of line has a more, how to put it, sophisticated type, as you say, catering for a different type of audience. So the representative here, is it Marvin?
Yes, it is.
Great. So can we have your perspective? I think that you're coming from a traditional mass background where,
Yes, I'm coming from a traditional mass background. You see, the purpose is to show off, as Karen said, our talent, our God-given talent that we have. What I love about it is that, I'm kind of a Tuesday, I sit down. I don't play mass. I haven't played mass in how much years? I bear costume, but I don't play. I love to sit down and look at the costumes, go down the road, section by section, stand and look at it and see the beauty of my handmade in doing traditional mass. I'm not saying that the party bands are not good. They're very good at the quality, the texture, the feathers. It give me a hurrah feelings. Now the opportunity is we could gain from it is to, as a young person growing up, we could get the opportunity to build costumes in other countries and to go and experience carnival in other countries, learn a bit from it. And we need like in schools during summer, we need schools that somebody could have a program where you teach young people how to build costumes, whether it's traditional costumes or party costumes. You need that to get something like that into the schools, so that the young people get involved. So when I probably next 3 years decide I'm going to finish with it, somebody I could say, well, I teach this person in school, so this person will pick up from where I am. Now the challenges that we have, in, although I'm not so sure if the party bands have it, it's mainly sponsorship. We have sponsorship, and we have challenges, especially with our mass band. And we have seen it for 3 mass bands this year. tent space. 3 mass band had to share one small area for tent space, which was very tight. And we have high price of materials. You could imagine that you buying a pound of feathers, which let's say 200 US. That's approximately 500 EC. And that a pound of feathers cannot do one costume. And you're gonna sell a costume for let's say $200, $300. You understand? So that's my take on it so far.
All right, so it's a very interesting when we juxtaposition both aspects of the mass. You would have, let's say, persons willing to pay upwards of $1,000 for costume, and in some
Exactly.
other situation, you may have costumes that are at a lower price but seemingly out of pocket for some persons. It's a kind of interesting thing. I mean, I've seen it, and of course, if there's anyone else who can add shed light to this, not necessarily that I'm putting Marvin and Karen against one another, but we are just reflecting what we've been seeing in terms of the unfolding of events in terms of Vincy Mats. I don't know if you want to say anything in regards to this. Is it a problem of marketing? Is it that the costumes are not as attractive? I mean, there's many questions, and we could go on and on. But yeah, I don't know. Is it a challenge to market your costumes? I mean,
I don't think it's a challenge to market the costumes. Marketing is very easy, you know, not marketing. You see, some people, especially young people, no offense to Karen and the other party bands, want to be somewhat like what we say, Trinidad, a lot of feathers. A lot of young people do not like or don't gravitate to the traditional mask these days. They believe, oh, you have something big and heavy on your back, and you ain't get enough time, and they don't offer this and they don't offer that. That is the problem.
all right. So and what about the relations between? Well, I mean, you've indicated that there was 3 bands sharing a common space. Common space. That's what you said. Produce
Yes,
the costumes.
we had Blondie Board and Friends,
Yeah.
Imagination Mass Band, and we had another band, Child Mass Band, sharing one space for Carnival 2023, which was
Well,
very small. Some people might not know the old Juicy building. That place was occupied by 3 mass bands and a brass band, a musical brass band. So we have
right.
4 persons using that small space.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think one of the things that is coming out there is that there's the indication that persons can work together. From your perspective, Karen, is there an opportunity for, let's say, a collaborative in any kind of way between the newer version of the mass, if you want to put it that way, and the traditional perspective, and on the traditional options that you have? Is there anything that maybe you're seeing from your perspective that you can, gather, or you can extract from, let's say, the traditional mass, etc.?
I honestly, if I'm to be super honest with you, since Carnival ended on the 11th of July, that has been the question that I've been asking myself daily. How can I come up with a way to assist the traditional bands in getting to the level of interest that we would get from persons around the region? And it is something that I'm fighting with, because for me, I don't want the art form to die. I don't want the traditional bands to get to a point where they don't think it's worth it anymore and they throw their hands up, right? You were mentioning the marketing, if marketing is an issue, and I know Mervin doesn't think so, but I think marketing could be something that the traditional bands could look into, where they put a little more emphasis on the way they advertise. We're still kind of fixated on the the radio, the newspaper ads, etc. But for me personally, I find those advertising to be a slightly obsolete in a way where I feel like we could be doing so much more to market the bands. I know this year particularly, the bands, some of them did their prototypes like we would do, and they had models in their prototypes throughout the registration period. But there's still a lot more that I think they could do, little tricks and gimmicks that we pull as the party bands to get people to be interested in their carnival. For instance, right, we do influencers who would come into the island to play mass with us. These influencers would then go back to their tens of thousands of followers on social media and say, hey, we played mass with Oxygen. This is what it was like. If we have one or two of these influencers playing mass with Blondie Bird or playing mass with Tribe, whoever they're playing mass with, and you just tag them on that one band, it then gives the people on the outside something else to look forward to for Vincy Mas. It says to these people that, hey, Vincy Mas is not the same like Trinidad and everywhere else. They don't only have those costumes, but they have this type of costume, and the interest could probably spark from there. But the only how we could know if it works is if we try it.
Certainly. And I think that is something that we have to really keep and make note of. And going forward, well, we'll talk about that in a bit in terms of going forward, but I like some of the ideas that's being proposed. Marvin, I think these ideas that you could probably be receptive to. I mean, you can demonstrate to the others that there's an opportunity potential, and there's an opportunity to actually collaborate, because as is being said, the uniqueness of Vincy Mas, that traditional aspect of the mass. I remember years gone by, there probably wasn't a carnival without a military band, but obviously that person, would have passed on, who would have really pushed that kind of a mass. That was something that you look forward to every carnival. So what do you think? Is it an potential opportunity that you're seeing in formation here coming from Karen? More or less like an olive leaf in a way.
Yes, I think so. And let me say this. I think Karen must be the only party band that usually try her best to collaborate or to assist traditional mass band. Because I remember my mass band, the deputy leader, something called Karen after hours, like, oh, Karen, we want this, we want that, we can't get it on time. And she will say, okay, then come and check me. But the other mass bands, there's party bands, they're like, oh, because it's Blondie Board. He's one person said, how could the Prime Minister give a man who always dressed in sharp pants and the dirty a diplomat? And that's one person who 95%, I'm not so sure, might be one who see Blondie Board as a mentor. I personally see him as a mentor, even before I started working out with Blondie Board mass bands. But the collaboration is very nice. I very like to, get to Karen, like we could get together and organize in the schools, as I said, to teach people how to build both traditional and party band costumes. The collaboration, very nice, very well taken, encouraging. If you want to extend the invitation, I personally will try to take it up.
Well, that's the idea. That's where discussions like these become very useful, because we are both, all of us are working in the same sphere. And as we work as a collective and to demonstrate that to the society that, hey, it's not, there's a competition, yes, but that competition comes out of a sense of unity. It's a collaboration sort of something, And also there's another aspect to this segment, and I want to also introduce the other aspect, which is pan. But before I do that, I'd like to also extend condolences. Pat Raggy has a death in her family, and she was earmarked to be on this program today. But unfortunately, due to that circumstance, she wouldn't be present today. So we extended our sympathies to her. Now, a very important aspect of Vincy Mas, obviously, is pan. And well, in house today, we have one of the forerunners in terms of expertise on pan, and he doesn't need any mention really. So I'm going to ask Rodney to come in again and basically follow the same format in terms of how do you see the role of your particular area in terms of Vincy Mas, and we're talking about pan here now, its relevance, its purpose, and probably the opportunities and challenges that you may have. So Rodney.
All right, thanks again. For me, pan has always been a part of Vincy Mas from us the late 1940s, late 40s thereabout. Pan is an all year round thing. So I would not want to just limit it only to Vincy Mas, but I would also highlight its role in Vincy Mas. Pan is an institution, it is a community, it is family, right? I think it's one of the components that bring together everybody, the community. I think it has a long history where probably majority of us here on this panel have had some sort of interaction with the steel pan art form, with the steel pan industry. Pan has evolved tremendously. There are a number of years when pan was missing from the carnival product, from the Vincy Mas product, and it was felt to the point where the communities weren't as vibrant as they're supposed to be. As I said earlier, it is community. It highlights a lot of different qualities. It brings out a lot of emotions, a lot of expressions from within individuals who are part of it. I mean, pan goes as far as the preparation period of about 6 to 7 months for some bands, and coming together where different individuals come together to play one piece of music to be competitive in Panorama, because Panorama is the highlight. For me, Panorama is the Super Bowl of Carnival, right? I mean, some people might say Soca Man Act, but I would say Panorama is the Super Bowl. To see all the creativity, to see everybody coming together just to play one piece of music, well rehearsed, well drilled, and to hear the final product is always something that is tremendous. Our role in Carnival, outside of the passion and the talent part of it, it generates a lot of economical opportunities and activities, because now we have seen a lot of different transition within the art form, where we're now seeing players from across the region and internationally join us here in St. Vincent. So again, pan is a part of the whole Caribbean integration, the whole, again, as I mentioned earlier, the unifying spirit. Pan has had its challenges, and we're still facing some of these challenges where we now have a crisis where we only have one alive tuner in St. Vincent who would normally tune the pans, and that is a crisis that we are trying to address here very swiftly. The irony that I found in this particular challenge that I'm going to talk about is that our support, the funding that we get for our steel orchestras of just for the art form going into Vincy Mas is not where it's supposed to be. But long ago in the around 1949, 1950s, we had a steel orchestra in almost every village you could think about in St. Vincent, and they all were sponsored by a business house. Now you hardly see that happening now. We have 1 or 2 bands that are sponsored. So the funding challenge is still there. Some bands are trying to see how they could make ends meet. We're seeing the support from the government by the initiative, the Pan Against Crime initiative, where it has generated a lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of newcomers to the instrument, to the art form, where we're seeing in Panorama, we have like 14 junior bands and about 8 senior bands. Now, 14 junior bands is approximately about 1,200 to 1,400 young pan players. Now, I'm speaking about the development aspect of the art form now, the continuation of it. But while we see that is happening, we are also want to make a cry, a case, a plea for us to have not just pan in school, but pan on the timetable. As much as I'm going to also put a plug for mass and for calypso, because I think that these components are bigger than the festival. So I don't think mass should only be limited to Vincy Mass June, July. I don't think calypso should only be limited to June, July, or I don't think pan should be limited to June, July. So I think these components can be nicely fitted in our school curriculum. I mean, which helps to help with the preservation, the awareness, and create some sense of identity, because our students need to know who we are and what we represent. But for us now, for me personally, the steel pan instrument is doing great, especially in St. Vincent. I mean, we work hand in hand with calypso and soca, because if we don't have calypso and soca, we really don't have much to play. Only if we're playing outside music, but we're speaking specifically about Vincy Mass and Vincy music. So I think that there are lots of great marriages there where you're now seeing a lot of steel pan. So, you know, outside of the Super Bowl event, which is Panorama, we still see our contribution in playing on a track for a soca artist, playing on a track for a calypso artist, or even further, we're seeing steel pan on stage and soca monarch and calypso monarch. But we have to embrace this, right? We have to embrace it, because it's extremely important. It gives a lot of long life qualities, right? Because the kind of level of discipline that you need and that you have to carry out in a panyard during Vincy March, during the preparation for Panama, it's unbelievable. And I think that although we are talking about separate components, I think we all, brothers and sisters, we all need each other, right? Because remember long ago, you would see pan on the road for Carnival Monday evening and Carnival Tuesday, especially Juve morning, where, you know, the mass men, mass builders, the Juve people would accompany that. So, I mean, I think altogether, the steel pan instrument is nicely placed in our society and in our festival. But most importantly, we have to continue to support it, because as I said earlier, it is one of the biggest sector, one of the biggest component that has the most human resources.
Right. Thank you very much, Rodney. And let me have Dr. Brown's perspective before we summarize. Dr. Brown?
Yes. Okay, so for me, with regards to the relevance of pan, I think a lot of persons, I am one who believes in you don't know where you're going unless you know where you're coming from. It's a phrase that I usually use a lot of times. Now, in terms of the steel pan, where did pan come from? Right? Before they had the truck blaring the soca music on the streets, it started off in the Mecca, Trinidad, where they had the tambu bamboo bands. I don't know if many persons knew that, but while I was in UWI, even though I was geared to more science subjects, I focus on my English doing basically a paper on pan, which is, you know, so that's how much I loved it, especially with my involvement. But knowing where you're coming from, the tambu bamboo bands, that's where it started. And then for music, it was pan. Before we had speakers on the road, before we could go around and jump behind a band, we were jumping behind a pan. Now, I think the issue with pan that I think Rodney was also alluding to was the fact that the capital involved in setting up a band. And it's not only capital, it's the time that you have to spend practicing, the hours. That's why he mentioned the community spirit, because it's one of the more family-oriented aspects of Carnival, where you will see a whole community behind the band, whether it be Starlift, Sign Hill, Elite, and all the others. But it's basically a group of persons who are not only their own mothers, their fathers, children, everybody is involved, but friends as well. And that's how they get others to join. Because at some point, I know everybody used to say something to the effect that I used to play pan back in the day. Anytime you say a pan, say, that's a common phrase. You know, I used to beat a pan, you know, but how do we get them to continue to beat the pan? You know, and I think this also plays into mass. How do we make what we used to like, what was cool then, how do we make it cool now? And that's one of the most important things. How do we make it palatable to our youth? And I think Rodney has done, or a start has led from the front with regards to trying to rejuvenate Pan. You know, I see he had an event recently at the Victoria Park, which was well attended, and I could only see it growing in the future. And I think those are the things you have to do. Also, drawing from experiences outside of St. Vincent. We can't just be myopic and just see what we do here and think that is the norm. We need to look in, people in another bowl, see how they do it. How could we take that back and make it better? How could we change it up? How could we make it more unique for our culture? Those are the things we have to look at in terms of what I think we could do for Pan. And I had mentioned with regards to Trinidad and their mass as well. Just like Pan, in Trinidad, they had a show where they had DJs starting off the songs. And then they had 3 bands. And once the DJ started, then the band will continue to play. And I think I know one of the promoters who does that show. And it has been very successful in terms of drawing another crowd, encouraging young people to come back to Pan. Also, if you look at the band, I think who won Band of the Year, I don't know if Karen might correct me, but Tribe, a very popular band, a party band, as you would say. They have a section called Lost Tribe, which is basically a segment of their whole band, because it's comprised of about 5. And Lost Tribe, sometimes they don't use feathers. They are more of a traditional band, but they do it in a modern style. I don't know if that makes sense. If you go and look up Lost Tribe and see how they rejuvenate, what I could say, old mass, with what would have been the McFarlanes and Peter Minchel's of Trinidad, which would basically be aligned to our Blondie, our Digicel, our, the Dragon, all those old school bands. We can actually revamp, modernize, and make it fresh to encourage youth, because that's what happened to us when we were growing up. Mass was cool, Pan was cool. How do we make it cool? How do we make it something that everybody wants to be a part of in this day and age? And that's what makes our festival unique. Yes, the parties, as Karen mentioned, we will be competing with the same parties. This brand may have a party in Jamaica, the same person have a party here. And yes, you're competing with that effect of persons wanting to come to a carnival to party. But I think marrying it with the culture and knowing how to get both to work in tandem is the winning aspect. Well, to me, it's the winning play in how we could get Vincy Mass on another level, because you see it with with Grenada, with the jab. Every child, everyone grows up playing jab up to this day. So I think that's basically the winning formula, is how we go about doing it.
All right, well, that's fantastic. I mean, I'm hearing here the opportunities for innovation, and what we seem to have coming out is that there's some youngsters here who are very passionate about their particular area, their particular roles in Vincy Mart, and this is quite heartwarming to hear. I think the dialogue can go on and on, but what we are seeing is a team of persons, and I'm sure Suzette is recognizing that maybe what we have is a start here, an initiative that has been done by the SVG OA, and this can probably be a new way forward, if you want to put it that way. All right. So I'm gonna summarize this category, because we have about 3 other categories to look at. There's a lot more persons who would obviously have their contributions to make. I don't know. We're gonna give each person a minute to summarize on what they see as their way forward for their particular area. So again, we're gonna start with Karen. What do you see as the way forward based on some of the narrative that you've heard from your particular area? How do you see us going forward in terms of mass, your ideas?
Yeah, like I'm gonna agree with Kevin 100 when he said, let's try to find a way to make it cool. Let's make it cool. Let's find a way for the traditional bands to get back on top, where there's an interest for them. Maybe even I could find a way to incorporate some sort of traditional mass without taking away from them, so that the art form itself doesn't die. I agree with Mervin when he said, let us teach and Rodney said also, let's teach it in the schools. Let's put it on the curriculum or find a way to include it in the curriculum where the culture doesn't die. And I think pretty much everybody was on point with their discussion this afternoon with how we could make Vincy Mas, the next best thing. It's already the next best thing, but we need to, find a way to push it forward a little more.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I hope you have the time to stick around because there's a category called private events. We have that for later on. I don't know if you would have the time to, because we have that as the last item, but
I would try, but I do have another appointment at 8 o'clock, but I'll try my best to.
All right. Well, once you keep in tune and you're here, you can always drop in and we'll have your perspectives on that as well. Thank you very much for being a part of the
Thank you
program.
for having me.
Yeah. So we'll move on and we'll get Rodney's perspective as to the way forward as he see it. Quick summary. Rodney?
And on the timetable. Aligning ourselves with industry practices. Seeing how we can be relevant and not only just see us as a group of delinquents, as people who just play in an oil drum. Again, aligning ourselves with what is happening in the entertainment industry, see ourselves as entertainers, and understand that the instrument is bigger than one particular season. Putting our house together, seeing ourselves as a product so that we can go and be a part of the conversations around the big tables where the big monies are passing so we can get a piece of it. But we also have to ensure that we are delivering a product so the business houses can see the importance of making us a part of their marketing budget or their overall budget on a whole. So most importantly, plan on the timetable and aligning ourselves with industry practice.
All right, thank you very much, Rodney. And again, also to you, if you have the time in terms of the private events and CDC shows, etc., probably estimated time for that discussion would be probably about 9 thereabout. So if you can return to give your perspectives again when we discuss private events and CDC shows, we'll be really happy to have your resource available. Thank you, man.
I'll try.
All right, great. Marvin, we're gonna get your perspective on the way forward. Summarize.
Well, my perspective, I think Karen and Rodney have said everything basically that I wanted to say in terms of getting collaboration, as she said, getting some traditional mass within the party bands. And as Rodney says, as I said before, get mass in the school, teach the children how to build in the school. As I say school, but Rodney say on the timetable. Get it on the timetable as part of, let's say, some schools of arts and craft, get it as part of that. That's all I have to say. Because they already say basically what I was going to say.
Fantastic. I mean, I know Rodney has that kind of insight and he's also hearing what the discussion is like. And he's somebody who sits around the boardroom table. So he'll have to also carry this message. And we also be taking notes, making some point and maybe submit a paper as to what came out of our discussion as well. All right. The final person on this panel in terms of the mass and pan is Dr. Brown. So Dr. Brown, we'd like to get your perspective on the way forward. For pan.
Yes. Well, for me, I think with regards to the way forward, we just have to look at the different building blocks. One, I think, would be marketing. How do we market our festival? The second thing we can look at is how we gain capital to get all the bands off the ground. How can we make them more successful? How can we make them more profitable, as well as to continue to keep that culture alive? I think also an important thing that we need to address is, I put it as experience. As I say, we know how we do things here, but sometimes the world is a bigger place. Carnival is a bigger place. Rodney touched on it in terms of the industry. How do persons do it out there? What tips and tricks can we learn? Karen mentioned in terms of social media for marketing. What about a consultancy? You know, for instance, our own body, CDC, they could hire somebody or get a consultant. How can we go about marketing? How can we go about making this better? Can we save and cut corners in terms of saving money to do certain shows, you know, in terms of profit margins and in terms of getting back something from the festival, especially for the bands or those that are now starting? How do we encourage them? How do we get them the funding to develop and make that product of what is our culture in terms of Vincy Mas, in terms of the pan, in terms of the calypso especially as well? I know we're not there as yet. And I also wanted to mention that what we have to realize too, and that's probably why you're seeing us so passionate, is that for somebody to take up the mantle, to bring a band, or to be a part of Steel Pan, you have to take into consideration that they are doing it out of the love, you know, because they have to be passionate about that. Because not every time you're going to have a successful year, not every time you're going to have something going your way, or you're going to have a lot of pitfalls, you know, in terms of trying to get your band across, in terms of trying to get persons to participate. And a lot of people take those things for granted. And that's why I have to give kudos to especially a lot of the persons who you have selected, which you have done a very good job of, I must say, in terms of state on the day, but they don't understand the work put in behind the scenes to make it a reality. So I think those are the things I think that moving forward we need to look at.
All right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Brown. We were also hoping that you'll be able to just remain with us. I understand that you have a very unique private event that you're also working on. So maybe later on in the discussion, we could have your input once you're available with us.
Sure.
In the audience, and I almost did not necessarily embrace the fact that there could be questions. So I'm going to take a few minutes, just about 2 to 3 minutes, and if we could have anyone who probably want to, you know, pose a question to anyone on this first panel in any item, any perspective that they want clarity on, you know, it's open for that discussion.
Okay, so Gary, yes, I do pick up a question from Facebook, and it is for Pan, and they're personally in that field may wish to answer if they're still okay. Where is Pan in church in terms of gospel music? No, nobody he's not from church, but I'm sure like to believe that well go to church. Do we know if Pan Rodney and Dr. Brown, do you know the sort of presence of Pan playing gospel music at church?
Yeah, there are a bit of steel pan players in the church. There are 1 or 2 combo bands. In fact, we just had a general meeting where we're looking closely at our constitution, where we are actually supposed to be making the church members who are pan players associate members of the Yola Pan movement. So as I said earlier, the art form is a bit bigger than just the carnival event. So we have a full inclusion of different players. So we have soloists, we have duets, we have the steel orchestras, we have the tuners, we have the arrangers, and we have the churches who are a big part of our member body. So we haven't been fostering that relationship very well, or even centering a lot of our events around the gospel aspect of things. But it's something that we spoke about like last Thursday. So we're going to tap into it, but there are quite a number of players in the gospel industry. In fact, if we understand the history, Kevin spoke about Tambu Bamboo, but if we continue along the history, you would know that one of the first performances for Pan was done in church. One of the main songs was Ave Maria, where we move away from Pan wrongly next and we start putting the pans on stands. We had bands going into the church. So of course, we need to foster that relationship. We need to promote that aspect of the art form. And yes, there are some players within the churches.
Dr. Brown, in terms of the private event, which from your bio you do, how has PAN played a certain roles in private event? I know that's another segment for private, but because we are the topic of PAN, it's another question that I pick up. How does PAN play the role in the private sector? And the other person is asking, in terms of the national anthem, sometimes are being sung by voice. Is there a way we can have instrumental of the national anthem being played on PAN?
So I think that there is PAN being played, especially for our national anthem. I'm not sure in terms of how often on the larger scale, but I know I have family members who play PAN and they usually play for different events and most times with the national anthem. Even myself growing up, I used to play the national anthem for different little small soirees also that we would have been invited to. In terms of PAN being affiliated with private events, you're speaking of private events for Carnival or just in general? Because
the person did not specify, but if
right.
I can think, as we are saying here, punch or something should be 365 days.
Oh,
we
yeah.
don't want it stay just as Vincy Mas, but something that I will inject to maybe to have it outside of.
I think especially, well, we see a lot of PAN, especially in the tourism industry. So a lot of artists, they go to the Grenadines or they may travel on the ships and the cruise ships as a result as well in terms of playing PAN. I guess that will entail private as well. The hotels especially have a need for PAN players because when someone travels, when someone comes into our island, they don't necessarily want to see what they coming from. They want to see what we have to offer in terms of our local cuisine, our local music, our local instrument, our local everything. That's what makes our island unique for us. So I think it's being done. Since I've been back, I've seen a lot of performances at different restaurants and different venues and events. That's why I specified for carnival events. For instance, for my event, I actually wanted PAN. I think I'd hit up Rodney as a matter of fact. But due to circumstances beyond his control, I didn't have it for my specific event. But I've heard of other promoters as well who wanted it for their events. And this is for carnival. But sometimes too, it's the added cost in terms of affording a whole band versus maybe a small pipe piece. So it depends on what, especially as a promoter, what your capital is like. And that would probably enable, because PAN wouldn't be the main thing in terms of what you want to start out with for your event, in terms of trying to draw the young people now, if you want to put it that way, or the cool crowd. But I guess it's how you market it and what your show is about. If it's a stage show or if it's a more senior crowd, they appreciate that culture a bit more. And as I said, it's to try and make it cool for the young people so that they now grow up loving it, and then it can be transferred in terms of the next generation. That's how you keep it growing. So I think that's how I see it in terms of the private events and the private places that PAN is played, basically.
I mean, if I could add quickly, because I know, Gary, you have a lot more to discuss. What we're seeing now is something that we have never seen before. And I've heard this from pioneers, icons, person who have been in it before me, before Kevin, where every single event that you could possibly think about, there's some element of the steel band. I mean, we can go from cocktails, weddings, reception, government events, private events. There's some element of it. Now, I don't want persons, when they hear PAN, they only think about the orchestra, right? Because there are different elements and there are different aspects of the steel band. But as it is now, for the past 5 years, or probably past 8 years, PAN has always been a part of any particular program that you could possibly think about. I know I would big up Kevin because of his roots. He tried to incorporate the PAN into his event. But I am still put a challenge there for any promoter who will take the brave move to actually put the steel PAN as a feature in your event, because the European movement, we had an event called Ivory Soiree, the same all white, the same alcohol, the same VIP, the same bottle service. and it was filled. Persons flocked Victoria Park. So it is not a situation where there's no entertainment value, there's no value in it. It's just how you sell it, and it's just giving me an experience like, yeah, yo, really? I mean, so yeah, there are a number of things that the sleep band has been a part of lately.
Yes, and I would also like to mention, I think Rodney had touched on it before. The first time I played Pan wasn't even for Panorama. It was actually for the Easter Pan Festival. I think that was in 1994, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was also the Music Festival. I think that year Rhythmics had won Most Outstanding Performance doing a classical by Beethoven. So I agree with him in terms of the fact that Pan is not just for Carnival, but you also have it for classical concerts. You have other pieces and other arrangements that can be played. That's why I actually love the question with regards to the use of Pan in gospel. Because recently, I think last month in church, we actually had the Bishop's College Kingston Steel Orchestra actually performing in our church. So it is active. It's I'm happy to say that I have seen the continuation of the art form, and not only during Carnival, but outside of Carnival.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yes, so that brings us to the summary of the first category that we have for discussion this evening, and it was really, I think it was really well done. Kudos to you guys for handling this segment so well. Next segment is Calypso, and we know that Calypso and Carnival, there seems to be such an amazing relationship with once you talk about Carnival and Calypso. I think before that, should we run some ads and get the persons prepared for Calypso? So with us in the audience, we should have in this category, all Cabo Bennett, Carlos Rejector Providence, Carlos Walcott, and Jim Lewis. So you guys can get ready, and I'll give you just a little perspective as we did in the fourth segment. You know, you give her a minute to talk about what it means to you in terms of Calypso and Vincy Mas, and then we'll move on to the two other aspects. So when we return, we're gonna have our dialogue on Calypso, so we can have some ads. See you in a bit.
The VSVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawa@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
We highlight the rich diversity of Canada and the Caribbean culturally in radio. That's why we are Kankadi Radio. Stay with us.
I've got time if you've got time. Success Radio.
New York Massive, come and join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
We drinking.
It's all happening at 42 Malta Street, Brooklyn, between New Locks and Hegman. The jamming starts at 9 p.m. with The Man Age, Dennis Bowman, Jose Juan, Delahante Isles, Oscar James, Persano, Jakey, Bob MC, Hamlet, and Rejector, with special guest appearances by Lively, The Scorcher, and from Grenada, Hercules. Come and enjoy local Vincy foods and a well-stocked bar. Admission to this is absolutely free. So come join the Dynamite's Calypso tent as they present their Labor Day Backyard Jam on Friday, September 1st.
And the music in the band, it's mostly playing. We're drinking.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at svgottawaassociation@gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
All right, well, welcome back. So we are ready to discuss our new segment, Calypso. And I'm going to invite Earl Cabba Bennett, everybody knows Earl, to start us off on the Calypso segment. So Earl, over to you.
Thank you for having me, and let me say good evening, good morning, good night, probably good afternoon. And even those, when you have programs like these, you reach it so far that something goes out of space. So probably the Martians are looking on at us. So hello to the Martians, those people in Mars. That's how well connected we are. Yes. What the question you asked is, what does Vincy Mars mean to me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, Cabba. Definitely,
yes,
definitely.
What it means to me. Okay. Well, this is how I see Vincy Mars. Although my main area is Calypso, and let me hasten to add that when I think about Calypso, I think about all embracing, meaning raga soca and soca. Although I know you have separated them, I just want to get that in, because what I do when I have this discussion, because I embrace all, I normally refer to Calypso as traditional Calypso as Kaiso. So Calypso embraces all. Just want to put that out there. To me, using the word all embracing, Carnival, Vincy Mars is also all embracing to me. It gives our citizens the opportunity to showcase their God-given talents in many different ways. Some people may focus on just pan, mass, and calypso, but also there is the economics that it brings in. It is well documented that Vincy Mars helps and add to our economic growth. There's also the cuisine. There's also our fashion. All those things are also on play. And don't forget, most importantly, it gives a lot of people the opportunity to breathe. To let go, as we say, it's a carnival bacchanal. For some persons over days, for years, have pent up emotions. Carnival allow them to vent, to free up themselves. All in all, Calypso, mass, pan, cuisine, whatever it is a positive movement. This positive vibes is something that adds to our Vincentian society. That's how I see Vincy Mars.
Thank you very much, Cabba. That was a real opening batsman kind of kind of action. So we're gonna have coming in second is former Calypso monarch and still competing in Calypso, Carlos Rejecta Providence. Tell us, what does Vincy Mars mean to someone like you? Carlos, we're not hearing you. Mic probably needs to be unmuted.
There we go. Thank you. It's once more. Good night. Let me say thank you very much for having me. First of all, I want to congratulate the SVG Association of Ottawa for their vision. Because this a program like this takes a lot of vision. And there's a lot that could be derived from this. A lot of benefits, not just for the art form, but for the country as a whole. So I want to congratulate them for the vision and to thank them for having me as part of this program and thing. I want to welcome all of our viewers and the panel. And thank you for being a part of it. And Carnival, what Carnival Vincy Mas mean to me, it means a lot to me. But straight off the bat, Carnival is the time when we get to showcase our culture, the talent, and the creativity of our people. And we are showcasing that not just locally, but to the world, because Carnival is the time when the world, the eyes of the world are on us. I think that's the only time of the year the eyes of the world focus on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and things. So that's the time when we have to show the world who we are, what we have, and stuff like that. It's also the time when you see the entire population in high anticipation, of joyfulness, something gonna happen, something, and not something sad. Everybody is anticipating the carnival. They listen to the calypsos. It's the calypsos of the choices, the steel bands, the mass bands. It's really a time of, a really a nice time in the country. But it means a lot, not just to me, but for the country as a whole. You understand? It also helps us as tourism. Because Carnival is a huge part of tourism. So it also helps the country, to market itself and, to bring in other persons to the country and, prospective visitors, it does a lot. I could go on and on and on.
Thank you very much, Ejector. We do appreciate having you as well. And thank you on behalf of the SBG Association of Canada and of Ottawa, sorry.
Ottawa, yeah.
The collaborators on this project.
That's right.
Yes. So we're going to move on, and we have with us also Carlos Walcott. So you're going to tell us, Carlos, what does Vincy mean to someone like you?
Well, first, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here representing Canada, my neck of the woods. It's also an honor to be hanging out with some heavy hitters I see here on the panel today. You like the diminutive one, but so in terms of what Vincy Mas means to me and continue to mean to me, even though I'm not living on ground zero, Vincy Mas, in my opinion, is one of our cultural practices that is solely ours. It is a rare time that we get to be 100% Vincy, 100% Vincy, show the world, like without any outside influences. It's a time for us to show who we are and where we came from by our music, our costumes, and our revelry. It's extremely important, not only for the tourism benefits that we derive from it, but also it's a way that we preserve our heritage. It's something that if we lose it, like if we were to lose Carnival, we not only lose this festivity, we lose an actual fabric of what we are made of. And so it's something that we simply just cannot do. In my opinion, I don't think, I think Vincy Mas should be always mentioned like throughout the year. We should always be discussing it in different forums, not just at Carnival time, but at different forums, different clinics and fair, whatever it is. But it should always be in our brain, in people who are playing mass, people who are part of committees or whatever. They should always be planning for the next one and planning how to transition and planning how they're gonna better next year. It's always better next year and better next year. And I think, like I said, it could never be overstated how important that is to Vincy, to me, to us living overseas, and to those on the ground. It's just something that it's important to all of us.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll say Walcott, just so that I differentiate between you and Rejector. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. And in this segment, we also have Jim Lewis. So you're going to, Jim, you there? You can tell us what Vincy Mas means to you.
Thanks very much, Gary. Let me say good afternoon to everyone listening and all here on the panel this evening. What Vincy Mas mean to me? What a question. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the organizers. Thanks for the visionaries. Vincy Mas means everything to me. Vincy Mass is when I learn. Vincy Mass is a time for me to free up. It's a time for me to experiment. It's a time when you're free. It's a time when you feel like you're free. You could do not any and everything, but you could just be yourself anyhow you choose to be yourself. And to me, I've heard everybody else touch pieces of it, but Vincy Mass for me is freedom, true freedom. From the Calypsonians freeing up themselves and start to tell me, teach me the history, and the bandman, the steel bandman showing off the talent and getting me involved in ready to jump up to the massmen on the street when they put out these costumes, to the food on the street, to the actual food that you could eat, where you can free up all that stuff. Vincy Mass to me is everything. It's a little of my time. It's learning, it's letting go, it's just being free for that season. And I mean free from all. That's Vincy Mass for me.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Much appreciated. So we're talking about Calypso and the way that we know Calypso. It's always, well, not always, but it seems to be that particular area that you say the Calypso is really what people, the expression that comes from it is what people have on the mind. So you often find that people want kind of get a perspective as to what's happening in their country when they listen to Calypsonians, when they present. And we know that around, Vincy Mass time, if you want, Carnival time, you hear these hard-hitting calypsos, you hear humorous calypsos. So we'd want to ask the question, how do you see the role of this particular area in terms of calypso in Vincy Mass? The relevance, the purpose, or any challenges that you foresee with calypso? Yeah, you can take it away, Jim. You're right here, so.
Yeah, Calypso for me, man. I look forward to Calypso because Calypso for me is history. When I find out what happened in other corners that I didn't get a chance to pay attention to. So I listen for the Calypsonians to tell me what is happening in whichever corner and tell me it in a way that they see it, not how another man see it. They see it from their angle and deliver that. And Calypso is very important to our history writers. Not everybody sit down and write the history and say, last week this happened and last month this happened. The Calypsonians come whenever they come once a year so far, and I hope they come more often. And they sit back and they look at all the things that happen in their community around them, and they bring it to the audience and refresh us with it in their own style. And it is important for the development of the carnival. There's no carnival can happen without it. There's no carnival can happen without Calypso. If you have carnival without Calypso, it is not carnival. So we are to make sure that it stays in place and it continue to grow. And every now and again, you hear people say Calypso is dying, Calypso is dying. Calypso can't dead. If Calypso dead, we dead because Calypso is part of we. So we are to develop and continue to push the art form and reward, and I'm going to call them our historians. We need to continue to reward our historians when they write our history and not beat them up and try to, treat them like they know what they're doing or they ain't writing the right thing. And that's our history, they write it the way they see it. And we are to appreciate it.
Yes. I'm going to invite Rejector to approach that matter in terms of the role of the Calypso in Vincy Mass, its relevance, and its purpose. You have a lot of experience as well, Rejector. So let's hear you on this particular aspect.
Are we hearing? Are you hearing me now?
Yes. Okay, it's good
Right.
now.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. As
Yeah.
Jim so rightly said, that the Calypso writers are the historians. You understand? So well put, Jim. But the role of Calypso, as we know, is to inform, educate, and entertain. The three main roles of Calypso. Inform. Calypso is to inform the people about what's going on around them, the ills in society and whatever else is happening in society. There are many ways in informing people about the ills in society. You can either do it in a humorous way, you can either do it in a serious way. There are many different ways you could do it, but the role is to inform people about what's happening in your society. Educate the people, let them know what is right, what is wrong, what way they should go, what should they do, what should they not do, in your opinion, and stuff like that. Educate the people about things in life that they should know. And entertainment also is a must. As Jim rightly said too, Carnival is a time to let go. So people want that party, and Calypso is supposed to provide that entertainment aspect of it, And so, those are the three roles of Calypso, the three major roles of Calypso. It could be broken down into many categories, as I mentioned, but those are the roles. Challenges. Calypso facing right now a lot of challenges, not just in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but throughout the Caribbean. I had a chat, I think it was about a year ago, with a number of my Trinidadian counterparts about Calypso and stuff like that. The conversation was Calypso seemed to be under serious threat in the islands in terms of political commentary. Political commentary seems to be under serious threat. There seems to be some move ahead to kind of get rid of that. We don't know. We don't know exactly where it's coming from, but there seem to be, that discouraging persons, calypsonians and prospective calypsonians, discourages them from singing those types of calypsos. In previous years, as we noticed, as I said, not just in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in Trinidad, they have the same problem with the saying, don't care how powerful a political commentary you sing in previous years, you can't get crowned. You could hardly make it to the finals. So there seems to be a problem with that. Don't care how strong that song is. Don't care if the entire country support you with that song. You can't make it. You can't make it on the podium for second, third. They may take you into the finals in some cases, but as the crowd puller, because you have the population, a great part of the population supporting you. So they bring you to the final as a crowd puller, but then you can't mount the podium. So there seems to be, and that is something we have to kind of get rid of, because I remember years ago when I was home, there were calypsos all years singing about the government and all the ills in society, and even the prime ministers and the heads of government then they supported it, the CDC or whoever it is in charge, whatever body in charge of Carnival and Calypso, they just did their job in terms of judging the Calypso and promoting the art form and stuff like that. Calypso, I won Calypso title with powerful political commentaries. The same persons I sang my political commentaries on are the same persons who assisted me, through the season. I asked to stop I have my Calypso tent that need help. I go to the same persons who I sang against, and they help. So that seemed to be a thing of the past, and we need to get rid of that, because when persons come home from abroad, especially returning Vincentians or Caribbean citizens, when you come home for Carnival, you want to hear what happened in the country throughout the year. And politics is always a big part of our life. Politics is about the biggest part of our life. That's what that's what have us going. That's how we go to school. That's our education. That's our health. It's the major things for us. Politics control that. So people want to know about that. So when you cut that out, what people hearing about, just wind up and jump up. So that is something we have to try to get rid of, and try to get that aspect of calypso going and respect it again and stuff like that. And another challenge is that not just from that standpoint, but we have a thing developing now. A lot of the calypsonians or the calypso writers, they seem to be rewriting a lot of the topics we hear in recent times would have been topics that we use and reuse and reuse and reuse. And I think a number of us seem to be getting lazy in terms of creativity. I'm just saying that because I've noticed it. If I am one of those persons, then it's up to those who seem to tell me. But I'm seeing it. It's a trend that I'm seeing that a lot of these calypsos we hear now, here we go agitating. And there seems to be no creativity. Thinking outside of the box. That's what calypso is about, creativity. So I want to challenge a lot of my writers, my co-writers. Let's think about that. Let's look at that. That's something we need to work on, because to attract people, to attract new persons to the thing, we have to be new also. And we talk about evolving. So that's a part of evolving, creating new things. And that's one aspect we have to look at. And because we come to the relevance, the calypso is very relevant, I say, and its relevance is still as important as in many years. As Jim said a while ago, without calypso, you can't have carnival, because that is the calypso is the pulse of the carnival. When carnival season starts, it starts with the calypso, and people want to hear what the calypso is coming with this year, and that begins the excitement, that builds the momentum, that builds it for carnival. So it's quite relevant, and we have to make sure that we don't lose that. So we have to do some work in those areas that I think.
Well said, well said. Yeah, and clearly I could see the passion and the experience that is coming out, and the importance. You've articulated the importance of this particular category to Vincy Mas.
Most
Let's
definitely.
hear Walcott, your namesake. Let's hear his perspective on the role of calypso. I mean, you're in the diaspora, so can you tell us?
Well, first, as Beckett says, carnival is mass and music is calypso. So calypso is an integral part of Vincy Mas. You know that. Without it, there's no carnival. There's only music and jump up and costumes. With carnival, with calypso, infused with all those other aspects, then it becomes carnival. Without calypso, it's not. It's the pulse of the people, like as Jim said, and as Rejector said before me. It's the way we it's an outlet for us to share what we're feeling, whether it's discontentment, whether it's a good feeling or it's a bad feeling, over matters affecting us at the time. Example, like political commentary, and we know how what goes on with that, and how it does not get the recognition it deserves. But it's something coming from our guts. So when you sing a political commentary, it's not just a surface thing. It's something that we feel deeply. So it's something we take very, very, very seriously, and it should not just be encouraged, but also supportive. What else? It's hard following Carlos there. Like he touched on all my points that I wanted to say.
So we were looking basically at the role of your particular area in terms of calypso, its purpose, and any challenges that you may, perceive with calypso.
So some of the challenges I see those from in terms of Vincy Calypso is getting the youths more involved in it. I think like I looked at the Junior Carnival, the Calypso competition, I followed that, and I was kind of happy to see some of the youths and the offerings, or some good quality calypsos came out of that. And it brought me back to thinking that you see these kids at the junior level, but we never see them once they graduate out of that level. And I like to see them on the big stage like later, like not just one guy here that's saying, but more of them, like, because I mean, when the veterans like us, we pass on, we need to see an influx of youth in that regard. We need to see, you know what I mean? Like we need to see this young guy here taking the stage, and then it have more longevity, right? The Calypso art form is going to stick around longer. You know, like me, for example, I'm representing Western Canada in the Calypso arena. It's something that I take very seriously. I perform yearly at the Regina Carnival as their guest Calypsonian. And other than just being a Calypsonian, one of my goal is to spread Calypso and keep that part of our culture alive for the young kids. Like I have younger kids too that I continually put into their heads our culture. I write songs for them, and they too have performed Calypso, even though they don't know the full meaning of what Calypso is and where it came from. I gradually bring them up in that art form, and they have performed for thousands of people in Caribbean festivals around Winnipeg. And one of the challenges I find as a Calypsonian is that like our regular annual carnival was disbanded right after I won the Calypso King. So that really provide me no avenue to sing Calypso as much. So I have to reach out to different provinces in order to get my my opportunity to perform and all that stuff. So going forward, like I know I've reached out to the tent in New York before, like to see how but I mean, the traveling restrictions and all that kind of stuff, it kind of doesn't provide me the opportunity to go over there and sing. So, I mean, if down the road we can maybe have a tent here in Canada that we can work out of, and then maybe the winner goes home and compete at the big yard. That'd be something I like to see in the future. That's
Well, you have a great organizer in the SVG Auto Association president, and she's very proactive. So you never know. Maybe out of this dialogue, you'll have something probably coming in the near future. It's interesting you talk about the youngsters, because I think this year was an interesting year where there was a youngster who made the finals, the big yard in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it was interesting hearing the comments coming from different sectors of the society and so forth. So I'm going to allow Kaba, and I purposely left him for last, as he's the president of the Calypsonians Association, I believe, at this point. Having heard the dialogue coming from the person, I'm going to
Thank you very much.
about the role of Calypso in Vincy Mas, challenges, opportunities, etc. Kaba?
Thank you very much, Gary. And let me start by saying, welcome, Carlos Walcott. When I say welcome, Carlos Walcott, I'm speaking about welcome in the future when you have your Canada tent. You know, I would encourage you to have that Canadian tent, because we are proud to say we're the only country that I know that have a Calypso tent in the diaspora. So hats off to Rejecta. Well done, my brother. You have been doing great things. Now, what is the relevance of things? Let me just start by saying that Calypso has a long, and I'm going to say Calypso, and you'll understand why I'm saying Calypso, has a long and storied history. For those persons who know, I know other persons know, Calypso came out the bowels of our African foreparents. And they used that, and that's why you had double entendre, double meaning. They used that to mock and ridicule their slave masters, the colonial masters. So while the colonial masters think they were praising them, they were actually ridiculing and mocking them. That's where Calypso started. Freedom of expression. It wasn't freedom of expression in the sense that the masters gave freedom of expression. Had the masters known, they would have stifled them. But that would be creative. That's to show how creative Calypso started. That's the first point I want to make. We just said it. There's three tenets, elements. Calypso is there, the purpose is to inform, educate, and entertain. And I want us to understand that, because we do inform. Regardless of how you sing, you inform. Regardless of how you sing, you educate, or you can miseducate. Let me don't get away from that. You can also miseducate by giving wrong facts. And importantly, to entertain. When you get all those three things together, Calypso is in good hands. Because let's face it, when you come to a live audience, regardless if you inform or educate them, they want to be entertained. That is why sometimes you could sing a song that is humorous, doesn't have much body, but the persons respond to it in a particular manner. And that is the role of Calypso. We have to get, one of the things that I think that we ought to do is Calypso is like the fourth estate, is like a newspaper, is a media. It allows people, it allows Calypsonians to give voice to the voiceless. So we must understand history. There's a saying that if you want to identify Vincentian, what do? You put in writing. So if you can't read, you certainly, and you are a normal human being, you certainly can hear. So Calypsonians used to be there and still there to sing for the voiceless, sing for those who are oppressed, empower those who are not empowered. So Calypso had a major role and still has a major role and will have a major role, not only in Vincy Mars, but throughout our country throughout the year. That is why it's incumbent upon us to have more Calypso shows. I'll come to that with the challenges. I want to put this here, and I want to put it for a table. There's this hue and cry about Calypso not being profitable. And from some quarters, what is the reason why do you go along with Calypso? I have this to say. I want you to listen carefully. In our government, we have several ministries. We have one name, and I'm going to pinpoint these two. We have one name, the Ministry of Education, along with other portfolios, and we have one name, the Ministry of Health. You ask yourself, are those revenue-generating ministries? What is the answer? Certainly no. Are they necessary? What is the response? Are responding, what is the answer? A resounding yes. That is how I see Calypso. It's part of us. It's part of our culture. It's part of our Vincentiousness. And it has to stay. And we are the guardians, the custodians to ensure that Calypso but not only survive, but it gets better. We have seen better days, yes. And that is why it's important for us to advocate, but not just advocate, but come up with a plan that the government can see. Although I believe the art have seen it already, or those who are in charge, those in governance, the importance of having Calypso on the timetable, just like English 8, just like social studies, not having Calypso in the school where you have a concert you sing. Have competent persons to teach the writing or whatever else. I'm an administrator. There are those persons that you call us and we call us rejector for certain. You have the expertise. You Gary as a missionary judge, and the others, I don't know much about the expertise, but I'm certain that you guys have a skill set that can help Calypso. But we need that. We need to ensure that Calypso goes from strength to strength. I am not going to be like the ostrich and bury my head in the sand and say all is well at Calypso. That would be a foolish stance to take. So I bring another example. And you'll understand now why I said Calypso is Kaiso, Raga Soca, and Soca. And I'm going to go to another passion, a passion that is dear to all West Indian, not only being West Indian. And that passion is a game called cricket. We all remember the Gary Sobers, the Canais, the Richards, and the Roberts, the Brian Laras, and what joy they brought to us in the cricket called Test cricket. Test cricket in my mother's time, and I am confident in your foreparents' time, was the man of the day. That was the only cricket I think, but still, it was the main cricket even when other cricket came in. But then somebody decided football is a fast game, basketball is a fast game, so why not just truncate or abbreviate cricket and introduce 50-50? And 50-50, now called ODI, started to attract persons, spectators from Test cricket. Some other smart person said, if this could work, maybe they could try even abbreviating or making it even a shorter version and introduce 2020 cricket. And the spectators gravitate towards that, and it made most players millionaires. It's the same, I am making the comparison to say, Kaiso was the big boy. And somebody said, you know what? Let me introduce soccer. And soccer, you start gravitating towards soccer. And we have to face it, just like the fast food industry, young people tend to go that way. So we now having all that facts, all the information, needing out of a plan where we are, that's where we have to start to have Calypso on the school's timetable and do other things. Have a media campaign, have mentors and have mentoring young persons because we need continuity. Carlos made a very important point. It is you're hard pressed to point out how many persons you have seen over the years that has transitioned from junior Calypso to senior Calypso. And we have a lot to be thankful for because Carlos said he was the Calypso king. We don't say Calypso king anymore because years ago we just had men in the competition, so it was called Calypso king. With the advent of females, we now have a Calypso monarch. And we have seen this year a lot of women in the finals. In fact, 3 out of the 4 positions were held by women. So what are our challenges? We have a myriad of challenges. We have challenges, number one is economics. Really difficult financially. In St. Vincent, you have a lack of brass men. Because all the tents, all the Calypso tents, we host around the same time, you would appreciate. And there are limited brass men, and it is difficult because of the shared. So we need more brass men. Coming under threat is space for rehearsals. Just this year, one of the tents was under threat. Thankfully, they found space, and they say all is well that ends well. But you have to understand, you have to challenge it, and have to be proactive in terms of how you can deal with them. Calypso, by and large, is a labor, Kaiso is a labor of love. These bards, these Kaisonians, will practice and sing night in, night out. And at the end of the season, the venue is paid, the musicians are paid, the vocalists are paid, and sometimes these bards are belly buttons because they love it from a labor of love. And we have to appreciate and understand that. Another challenge, because I am a straight shooter, is that Calypsonians, we have to look into ourselves. Calypsonians, Kaisonians have to understand that they're horses for courses. You may be a good writer, but not a good singer. You may be a good singer, but not a good writer. So if you're not a good singer, and you could write well, write and find somebody to sing a song. If you're a good writer and you appreciate that, and persons could understand that, let somebody write for you and sing their song. Michael Jackson, Mighty Sparrow, the Monarch this year did not write her song, and there are many other examples who don't write songs, even in the national scene, but they are professional songwriters who write for them, but they are good vocalists. So we need to do all those things. Opportunities, because I'm going to leave for people other things there, so I'm not exhausted. Opportunities. We have the opportunity to showcase our talent. But it must not stop at Carnival, because that's how most Calypsonians see it. Most Calypsonians see Carnival or Vincy Mas as the time to eat the food. But the eating of food is limited. Because if you don't make the semifinals, you don't get a penny. As I said, most times you don't want the tent, you don't get a penny. So you have to use the opportunity to also learn to market yourself. Use social media. Get your song, because it's a challenge, and it's a big challenge where urban radio stations, 99% of them do not play Kaisos. But there is the social media, there's YouTube and there are other Facebook and there are other media where you can market it. I'm going to stop here because I want other persons, I don't want it to be exhausted. Just stop here at this moment.
Thank you very much, Kaba. But you know, you would say it's expected because from the position you sit, you have a bird's eye view, an eagle's eye view of the situation. So I mean, your discourse is very important here today.
Yeah, you know.
I see Carlos.
And
Yes.
you know, I say hospital courses, right? And I say a little bit because it applies to me as well. I'm an administrator, that's my forte.
Yeah.
You are a musician and a judge. That's why I approach you this year.
Thanks.
Carlos is an excellent, Carlos rejected him, is an excellent writer. Many poets have said so. It's not me alone. You know, I have heard a song from Carlos, but Jim, people like Jim we need, because Jim, I don't know his dossier, his bio, but I know he's passionate and we need people like them. And you mentioned somebody who's a go-getter, and it would be remiss of me if I don't mention. And it's Carlos Walcott, that is, I'm encouraging you. Suzette Weeks, Suzette Small Weeks is a go-getter. This program is testament to the kind of person she is. So, Carlos, reach out to Suzette. Suzette, reach out to Carlos and get that Canadian tent going. All right?
Well, Kaba, you really rung this up because you're pointing the way forward. You're pointing the way forward. So
if I could butt in a little bit here about the Canadian tent.
Sure.
Let me say that a couple of years ago, that was attempted coming out from Toronto, and it fell through. Blackie Boo was one of the pushers around it. We didn't have the go-getter as in Suzette Weeks, Small Weeks. So there is a lot in Toronto, and Carlos rejected know that. And they had gone home. But another issue, to be honest, and this is something I hope would come up on another topic, is the treatment that the Calypsonians from abroad receive when they go home to St. Vincent to sing. And that is something that Kaba need to look after. One of the things you say Kaba have a bird's eye view. I would say you also have an elephant ears to all that happening. So you have both the view and the ears to hear everything that's happening, being in that position. But the tent promovers outside need to be treated a lot better. And I am saying this because I've seen it. I was home in St. Vincent, witness it, and it needs to stop. You need to give everybody who come home to St. Vincent the credit. If they sing good, give them the credit. If they deserve the crown, give them the crown. And that is something that needs to be looked after, because when you sit down in North America and you see Dynamite 10 send home 3 fellas or 5 fellas, and they could come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and instead of that they come 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're wondering, why are we doing it? Are we doing that to say that we have a tent overseas? Or are we treating the tent overseas with the respect that is due to them? And it's something that we need to be honest about. And we Canadians went down. We have people go out here from Toronto, went home to sing. Yellows for 1 year went home and sing two hits in Victoria Park. A judge sit down and say, he threw up his pen, a former judge threw up and say, boy, I gone. The man have the crown. I don't even know who he plays.
I'm gonna ask.
I'll leave that alone, but the way forward.
I'm gonna ask Kaba to make a quick response, and then I'm gonna have rejector position as he came home also and participated. So Kaba.
Yeah. Well, you know that we don't judge. And I don't want to put in your hot seat. You know that because you experience, because you're one, and you could speak to what we are trying to do by judging,
Right.
right? Because you can speak the fact that I call all the judges together. And that's another thing. You know, I deliberately said my part is administration.
Yes.
I got all the judges with the skill set to speak to each other, to speak to one another in a session about how they see Calypso and how they see the criteria, with a view whether or not we need to change the criteria, if we need to tweak it, if we need to keep it that way, because they are the only experience. The only constant is change. I have heard persons say about calypsos and call calypso, certain calypsos ballad and characterize others as a different type of music. I don't have the skill set to pronounce on those things. That's why I depend on persons like Gary and Dr. John Allen and Dr. Clive Scott and others to make that judgment. And that is why he knows that we have planned, very importantly, to have training. Training for writers, training for the Calypso in terms of voice thing, training for judges. And one of our goals is to have an independent judging committee where you have somebody with expertise who can identify a panel and make a determination which one will judge which segments. Because we have to have transparency and accountability. I understand what you are saying, but I cannot make pronouncement like those. I know every year you have a Calypso finals, you hear who cheat from who ain't cheat. What I know, and I can stand here, in fact, I'm sitting and say, I have never once attempted to influence the outcome of the Calypso final or at any of its phases, be it preliminaries, be it semis, and I think Gary can speak to that because he judged this year.
Well, you did put me in that position in the sense that I have to come to you and stand solidly in support of you in terms of the effort that was made for us as judges. And I guess it's an interesting scenario where you put your bet on someone and you figure that they have a song that resonates with you. But yes, the category sometimes lends itself that you may have a result that seemingly is not necessarily in your favor, but based on what the category is, and I must say that I also met, persons who are judging credible, they were highly credible, So I think that is something that is being addressed. But I'd also like to have Carlos Rejector perspective before we proceed. So Rejector, can you unmute and give us your perspective, because you are one of the persons who came home and participated as well.
Yeah, Gary, thank you. I personally, I really don't pay much attention to the judging. I've long passed that, I really don't concentrate too much on judging, although I'm a part of the competition. I just go and write my music, perform it, and whatever the outcome is. But to speak something about what Jim said about the Calypso and some Dynamites went home and could come for second and third. Instead, I want to agree with him to a certain extent in that, because there was one particular Calypso, that I listened to attentively this year and watched him perform. And, I definitely think that song should have been in the finals if you judge on criteria all along the way. And I could speak plain and talk who's your one. I think he was excellent this year. I think he had an excellent song. And in any other country around the world, that song would have been into the finals and, perhaps up in the top, So I think, I don't want to know. I don't think that is particularly because we are from abroad. We come from overseas, as Jim put it, right? I would have had firsthand, the firsthand blow of that, what Jim said, but not in that aspect. I went home one time and I attended a meeting in the final meeting for the finalists, and the spokesperson at that time in the meeting said something which I strongly disagreed with, and I objected. And I was shouted down. I was told to shut up. I don't live here. And that's from one of the other Calypsonians. You understand? I know that was one of the other Calypsonians who, shouted at me from across the table, "Why you ain't shut up, you little?" I said, "Wow!" So and then I had first-hand experience with that, and I still do get it, but I ignore it because more than any of the Calypsonians, I think I belong to St. Vincent, just like anyone of them. Not more than them, but just like any of them, I belong to St. Vincent. I would have played my part, all along the way. So I really don't worry with it. I really don't take that on because my thing is just to, advance the art form in whatever way I could. So that's what I really concentrate on. I try to ignore, the little downputs and I really don't pay much attention to it.
Maybe that competitive edge that someone is probably trying to achieve, but but yes, of course. I mean, I guess it's an arena where people feel it's competitive, and sometimes emotion get the better of them. So also the other Carlos, your Enigma, you're listening to the whole discussion. Let's take in also what you have to say in your perspective, and then we'll proceed. We'll move on.
Yeah, well, Kaba and the other Carlos, I mean, they they wrapped it up nicely. They basically touch on all the fine points of what we can do going forward, and the actual the position, the status quo of where we are in terms of Calypso itself. I don't think there's much I can add in way of expanding what they already said. I mean, I had some couple of points here that I'd like to see that we return to Calypso in St. Vincent, and two of them were like extempo, because for me, I think that's something that you can tap into and see how good a Calypsonian is to thinking on the spot. Right, and I think I like to see the extempo portion of Carnival come back, in the extempo portion of Calypso be back, and humorous competition, like humorous Calypso competition, like they do. I mean, I last time I went to a Calypso show in St. Vincent, the crowd was very thin, and I think that's due to the product that we're giving them. So if we can have like a humorous competition and the extempo, that's usually those are usually crowd grabbers, and I'm sure that could bring in people back to the art form, back to the love of Calypso. I mean, we tend to love social commentary because of the news that it gives us and all that stuff, and the punch to the gut kind of effect. But the humorous Calypso is what gets the crowd involved, and the extempo, they love that. So I like to see something like that in added on to Calypso.
Fantastic,
okay.
fantastic.
Okay, Gary, I just want to address that because I'm happy that you said it. Since I became president, we have introduced the Queen of Calypso after 15 years hiatus. You remember when I made my presentation earlier, I laid emphasis on entertainment. And I even said that an individual, an artist, can sing a song that don't have much depth, but the humor in it can make you dance and laugh and entertain you, right? So let me just say the same. On the agenda, we have said we want to have a humorous Calypso competition, but because of the paucity of persons, we made it clear now, it's not that we put on persons. We've said to them, we want to add an aspect of having a humorous Calypso competition. You know what we had to do? We had to introduce the most humorous Calypso of the year. I don't even know about a man named Marshy. Marshy has won it a couple of times, and last year, Brother Ebony won it. Before that, for years, we never had anyone humorous. The other thing that we have said, we've asked the tents to include an extent, if your Calypsonian don't want to do it, include an extempo. I have said this on press briefings. Include an extempo facet in your tent, even though your tent cast is not desirous of participating. You encourage the audience. Okay, but the idea is actually to get the Calypsonians to do it. God, you said extempo means to think on your feet, extemporaneous. But it's a challenge. I'm happy you identify that. And Reject will tell you, I don't stop. I'm not. I won't stop. I'm going to encourage our bards, our Calypsonians, to prepare for a humorous Calypso competition and an extemporary facet. But the gallant have been showing the balls in their court. If we don't have persons participating, the next best thing to do, as we have done, is to have a most humorous Calypso of the year. And I'm happy that you mentioned that.
Thank you very much, Gaba. And it just dawned on me that we have in-house, and I'm going to try to give him a minute or two. We have Scorpion, who has transcended across the boundaries, and the intent was never really to separate, but for the sake of, putting persons with expertise in areas that you control it somewhat. But I'm going to invite Scorpion, if he's here, to have a say. You have gone through, Calypso, if you want to put it that way, Raga and Power. And so Scorpion, you're welcome to say something on this topic in this segment as well, if you're there. Hello, Scorpion? No? All right. Seemingly I'm not getting a response from Scorpion.
Yes, my brother.
All right.
I'm getting on right now. Okay.
All right, great. All to you. I hope you've been following the discussion on Calypso. And if you have, just want your perspective, seeing that you're someone who have experienced, you could say, all of the aspects, Raga, Power, what's your perspective?
Blessings, shalom to all my listeners. I've been listening. I just I stepped out at just like a couple seconds ago and I hear my name. So yes, I've been listening. I'm so happy to be here. I want to thank the SVG Ottawa Association for having me, and Gary for you being the host, and all the components of Carnival represented by some of our, our top musicians, producers, promoters, massmen. It's always a pleasure to be amongst, these great minds and great spirits. So for me, as it relates to, I didn't hear the question, but you could ask me again and I'm ready to answer.
Certainly. We were discussing the role of Calypso, and the expertise have been given their perspectives on the role, of Calypso in Vincy Mas, its purpose, relevance, and any challenges and opportunities. I mean, it's a little bit broad, but we're trying to get as much as we can out of the discussion. So we are looking at its role. I mean, from your perspective, you have been involved in Calypso. I mean, you have, I don't have to say anymore, but so I'm just getting from you, your perspective.
Well, first I must say, traditionally, the Calypso art form is something that I met here, or I should say I grew up in. And, I was introduced, or I want to say forced into being a participant in the music industry. Despite my love for music, I was never that type of individual as it relates to crowd and stage, so I was actually forced into it. Fortunately for me, I've grown to appreciate, that particular push, and I've actually made a name for myself, and also, make my contribution, through others, whether it be coaching or writing, what I'm saying, or just giving advice. It is very important for us to, continue to cultivate the art form in, especially for youngsters and for the longevity of who we are as a people, St. Vincent and Grenadines, for others to enjoy. So the Calypso art form, in my opinion, should really be something that we should invest in. From a holistic way, commercially, financially, from a governmental perspective as well. It is not something that we should take for granted because, as I said, it's our culture. So I think, it is good that we, should find a way to, as like Junior Calypso, to introduce it to schools, not only around the festive time, but all throughout the year, so that people could be ready, to understand when Carnival comes around. This is something that we use to express ourselves and to display you know what I mean, who we are as a people, you know what I mean, in music and in culture and literature, you know what I'm saying, in different styles, you know, because you see calypso is an expression, and if you study the history, it comes way back from who we are as African people, you know what I mean? And I think that we should really try our best to uphold this art form to the best of our ability, so that, you know, we could continue to strive as a people and know who we are as a people, you know what I mean? Because calypso is everything, you know what I mean? And when I say everything, everything comes from calypso. I was listening to one of the participants in this program who was saying that, you know, calypso, carnival without calypso is nothing, and I agree, you know. And some people, like the youngsters, will not really understand when we say calypso. Calypso is everything, you know what I mean? It have the dance type, which we call soca now, you know. We have the information type, which is calypso. We have the different subgenres, you know what I'm saying? So calypso it should be, you know, introduced to the youngsters at a very early age, so that, you know, we could have this, you know, longevity and continuity of music, you know what I mean? So that's just my take on it. It's a beautiful thing, you know.
Thank you very much, Scorpion, and we'll be back with you in a moment. So we're gonna basically round off this segment. I don't know if there's any question being fielded from the audience. Suzette?
No, thanks, Gary. I know from Facebook, I just checked. I didn't get any from there. I don't know, for Kankadi, Ben, I don't know if anybody have sent you any question. I don't know if anybody here actually who is here with us have any questions that you can pose the question. And even could have, I think I see Jose Juan as a Calypsonian himself too. Jose Juan, you can jump in here on the conversation. I know Kevin Brown himself too, if I from his bio as well. Dabble in some calypso. I know Jaya is also up for raga soca with Scorpion that and soca. But if you guys have any sort of thing that you want to share, otherwise than that, we'll keep moving. I know I'm not at Carlos Walcott, I'm not your manager, but I will be advocating to have Canadian presence for sure in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so we can learn from, or maybe, you know, from Dynamite Club. But that will be a conversation. And then I know Jim, for people who don't know, Fight for Calypso on Vincy Unity Picnic stage. This year I didn't sit on Vincy Unity Picnic stage, but better for sure. I have some fighting to do, so I'll be back on the committee, and better for sure Calypso will continue to have that visual piece too on this stage as we try to showcase as broad as much our cultural activities. So it's not about me here again. Let's hope let me turn that over to the folks here to ask the questions. I think there a question. Okay, why does the veterans who write or sing groom these? Okay, sorry, the question. There's a question in the chat room, and it's why does the veterans who write or sing groom these youngsters coming into the industry? Why does the veterans, we feel like Carlos Providence, maybe the Scorpion is here, other veterans who are around in terms of grouping? Why do they who write or sing group their youngsters coming into the industry? Anybody can answer that question, or even people in the diaspora as well too.
Is it why they do or why they don't?
The
question why they do or why they don't?
Why does I don't know, maybe they meant to say the veterans should be the veterans
why they do. Because that's a sense of obligation. So I figure they want to say why they don't.
Yeah.
So
help to write out.
But I don't know if it's why they don't, they be.
So any takers?
Yeah.
Why don't they do? She said, sorry, why don't they help to write for the up and coming?
If I can jump in. We do groom the young ones, as you would have heard Scorpion said a while ago, that he give time grooming youngsters and stuff like that. And there's a lot of that. I do some of that myself. I write for the youngsters off and on. I used to do it a lot more when I was back home, but I still do some from out here. I still do writing for some of them, groom them and stuff like that. And I know of other colleagues, in my tent who does the same thing, who do the same thing, So we do groom the youngsters.
All right. Okay. Is there any other question? Well, if there's no other question, I think I'm gonna give you guys.
I just
30
want to, Gary, I just want to add and say that they do. There's quite a bit of evidence. Scorpion, Rejector, Patches, there are many others. So And in my presentation, I did indicate that we want to have a Menti program, a systematic, methodological Menti program, not anything by chance, where we have these positive expertise, have these young and upcoming artists under their mentorship. So not any chance thing. All the persons do of their own volition, do it. We want it to be systematic because we want to see the continuity. If you notice, you're now seeing more and more youngsters singing in the calypso dance. All right, so that's my response.
Okay, Gary, there is another question here if we don't have any other follow-up to that. As a parent who has a child who took part for the first time in the Junior Calypso, hold on. Junior, it's hard to read something when they put it. Just give me a second, okay? As a parent who has a child who took part for the first time in Junior Calypso, I had to reach out to someone who didn't have much time to help her. So I guess in this, maybe depends on the person, the person's what should I say, their flexibility, maybe their on the go, the parents in it that the child didn't get much help. So for something like that, what's best for those veterans who are very much have a heavy portfolio?
Well, for that parent, the teacher at that child's school is always another option. There are teachers in all of the schools who assist the children with it. Some of the teachers even do writing for the children in every school. Hence the reason you have the school competition, and it's so competitive because a number of the teachers groom the children also. So for that parent and others like her who may be reaching out to calypsonians outside of the school or persons outside, if they are unable to, you can look in the school because there are teachers in schools who do that and stuff like that. Or there are a number of other calypsonians that you can reach out to, So it's not a one-way road. So you do have some leeway.
Okay, let me just add, just confirm what Rejector is saying. By and large, the school competition, the teachers are the ones. So you find the teachers who the schoolers participate are normally teachers have an interest in calypso. Every now and then you find a parent who may have a child attend a school where the skill set does not exist. And sometimes they don't reach out in time. But I could give an example this year, and I'm gonna call names. Sule wrote a calypso 2 days before the preliminaries, which AKA our audition, and the child went far. So calypsonians are always available. If your child is interested in calypso, don't be afraid to contact the association. You contact me if you know me or any calypsonian. They will put you on. If you don't have the skill set, they will put you on to somebody else.
All right, thank you very much, Kaba. And I want to thank the persons who made their contribution to this section, this segment. And we're going to take a break. And then, of course, you guys are welcome to participate. We also have we have that other part of as you said, Kaba, Kaiso, Calypso, Raga Soca. But we are looking at Raga Soca and Soca in the next segment. So of course, you're welcome to make a contribution as well. So we're going to take a break. And for the persons we have coming up next, Scorpion, Javed Rouse, and Dr. Cleve Scott seemingly is not here with us today. And of course, the resources here. So we'll continue that discussion. We're going to take a break, run some ads, and we'll be back in a few.
She loved the
delivering the most memorable experiences at your event with the Stingerman Scorpion. Whether your event is going to be a small get-together or a large gathering, to ensure that it is an event that you and your guests will remember for a lifetime, Scorpion is that entertainer for you. He has a big personality and can deliver any type of genres to make your event epic. So contact us today to lock in your day to have an epic event of a lifetime with entertainment by Scorpion. Call 678-520-7855 or send us an email at stingerevents@gmail.com. That's STINGAEVENTS@gmail.com.
It's the Calypso College. Don't forget, every Monday night from 8 o'clock to 10 p.m., Stephen Huggins, your host, brings you the Calypso College on Sweet Radio SVG. And I tell you what, we'll play modern Calypso, youth Calypso, vintage Calypso, just sweet Calypso. Join us then.
Hi friends, what's happening in your corner? Meeting, a sporting activity, a community activity, some upcoming event. Whatever the happening in your corner, let us know. We'll share it on Concardi Radio. So email us at concardi.radio@gmail.com. That's CANCARDI.radio@gmail.com. We are in your corner.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at SVG Ottawa Association @gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
All right. All right, thank you very much. So we are back, and on this segment of the program, we're going to invite Scorpion and Javed Rouse, and as I said, Dr. P. Scott, he's not here, but of course the resource is still here, and we're going to discuss raga and power soca. And Scorpion, you know, you spoke to us just now, but it's now your time to fully introduce yourself and to say to us how important is Vincy Mars to you, you know?
Right, so for the listeners who don't know who I am, my name is Scorpion. They call me the Stingerman, you know, the king of raga soca in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And, you know what I mean, and we could extend, as we say, the world, you know, and I'm happy to be a part of the program. And raga soca, for me, is very important, and more so for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because we play a very important role in that particular genre of music, and it goes back to Beckett, Touch, Winston Soso, and you know, if you compare that type of music, you know, and of course I cannot say it without mentioning you know, Dr. Frankie McIntosh, because you know, he played a very pivotal role in creating that song, you know what I'm saying? And you know, it is very important for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to know how special we are with that particular genre of music, you know what I'm saying? Because when you listen to the other songs in you know, around the Caribbean and around the world, we have a unique song. You know, the sweetness of it, you know, the danceability, the longevity of it, you know, it is very unique and special. So, you know, me growing up listening to Calypso, Calypso and soca music in the holidays, you know, getting the opportunity to go to Carnival and also to participate in Carnival, I will watch, but I will listen more, you know what I'm saying? And the music was the one thing that captivates me and brought and got my attention in terms of loving music. And Beckett was one of the persons who I emulated in terms of listening to the style and his lyrics, and of course the musical arrangement was first and foremost, the first thing that actually caught my attention. And I know that he was working with a veteran and somebody who knows music, to create that particular song. And I think I paid so much attention to that is why I particularly choose this type of style, the raga soca, because of course it fits my vocal style, and it's also, it is that music that could actually live, as I said, for a long time. And so raga soca for me is very important, and I will continue to, do my best to create, to recreate the song so that it will, have a vibe with the younger generation, so to speak, and also maintain the sound, or I should say the template that represents St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the best way I can, So it is a genre, in my opinion, that can bring fortune to yourself and to St. Vincent and the Grenadines in terms of the attention, because it fits within, that particular slot, wall music, so to speak, what I'm saying? And it is very marketable once, you have the right song and lyrics and just the right vibe, so it fits within the normal range of tempo worldwide, whether it be rock, R&B, reggae, whatever it is, what I'm saying? It fits right in that slot, not too fast, it's just right, what I'm saying? So that is why I think, we have something special, and, we need to market it the best way we can, and also encourage the youths to participate in it. And, and we have seen, success stories like Kevin Little, for example, Zola, I just mentioned a few names, James P, and the list goes on and on, within that particular range of music. And I think that, once we understand how special it is, then, the promoters, radio stations will play their role too, because we need them as well to understand, what we are pushing and who we are as a people. It is not necessarily just about the dollar, because this is something that I've learned long ago, is that once you maintain integrity, it is more expensive than having $1 million, what I'm saying? So integrity in everything is key, for sustainability and also to help nurture humanity in itself, what I mean? And you have to balance it. Yes, we need money and we need all these things, but just think about it. A dying man on his bed does not need money, he needs prayers, what I'm saying? And so sometimes in life, we get caught up in the moment and forget what is important, what I'm saying? So I try to balance the importance of a lot of things, because, once I'm living a good life, I really don't focus on having, the unnecessary things, what I'm saying? So for me, the necessary thing is so that it is the tradition, the continuation of it, that is richness, what I mean? So we need to have that in place where the next generation follows up and embrace and, interpret it in their manner, but still, what I'm saying? Yeah, you understand?
It's a very interesting point that you made in terms of the next generation, because the next generation is also sitting on this panel with you.
Absolutely.
And we have our president, Raga Soca Monarch, JR the artist.
Yes.
You there?
Yeah, checking in. Everybody could hear me.
All right. So JR, you're in good company. You're with former Raga Soca Monarch Scorpion, who's taken the lead, and you're now the new generation, so to speak.
And that's the irony about it, right? Because it keeps going on. Right?
Welcome, man. Definitely.
Thanks. Scorpion, big up yourself. Me and Scorpion, I could call him a big brother safely. I can't say Scorpion is one of the few within the industry who would nurture younger folks. I can safely say that, right? Scorpion would know why I would say that. It's because he has proven such, right? But moving on, what Raga Soca means to me, and in fact, what Carnival means to me, right? It's a cocktail of culture. It's a way that we articulate and express ourselves at a particular time, a particular season during the year, which we know what you deem to be Vincy Mass, right? Raga Soca, the role of Raga Soca in Vincy Mass, I would deem it to be very, very, very important. I was listening on earlier and heard folks talk about extending the barriers. Karen Vera would have mentioned, taking the product and advertising it in a way that it appeals to international market. And I really do feel that Raga Soca is the way forward with that, right? The thing is with culture, right? There's something that we call a culture shock, right? So just because Peter, I talk English and you talk English doesn't mean that you're gonna understand everything that I say or that every poem that I write, right? Because there's some certain jargons that may cause a barrier to communication, right? And not that I'm bashing the power soca, because the power soca also is important to identify a culture. But then you might not understand me when I say mash up the place and call it George, right? Thinking about somebody who's in Ireland, or somebody who lives in Canada, right? Somebody came to the Calypso tent that we're gonna form in Canada, and then he Scarpy and say, "Yeah, cock up your foot and push it back." Right? They might be dumbfounded as to what. But then, in Raga Soca now, we put it in a nice way, we say, "Oh my God, baby, wind up." Yeah, you can understand. So right there, to me, it's like a universal way of communicating through music, right? And that's something unique that we have here in St. Vincent, and we call it Raga Soca. So I think that the right approach, music-wise, to gaining international recognition and marketing for the carnival would be through Raga Soca, right? And that's a very own. What it means to me, it means that, a time of unity, a time of coming together where friends and family come together, communities come together and celebrate, whether they celebrate life, celebrate being stress-free, celebrate a new job, anything that you have to celebrate really and truly. That is what the entire carnival symbolizes to me, a time to just release therapy in a sense, right? And both the Monday and the Tuesdays is really important as well, because the entire thing, the entire season, that's really our product. That's what we have to offer the world. And we have to take charge on how we market, how we merchandise it, and how we make it appealing to the outside world, so that they would then see that and say, "Hey, my next vacation, I should be in, St. Vincent for Vincy Mass," and boost the economy and build ourselves up as a nation. Vincy Mass, which, hand in hand contributes to the economy.
Thank you very much, Jaya. I mean, you would have heard the discussions that was unfolding before. I think in a lot of it, you're seeing that artists being encouraged to take personal responsibility for moving themselves forward, if you want to put it that way. So I'm going to, as you hear, I'm going to ask you, how do you deal with that? And then I'm going to go back to Scarpian and ask him that same question. But for now, how have you as a young person felt coming into the business of Raga Soca in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and what obstacles, maybe what challenges were you facing as you pushed forward?
All right. So as I said, locally, right? So I think the issue with Raga Soca locally is that the power soca, it's a bit more dominant vibe in the country, right? What I'm trying to say is that the power soca, because it's predominantly rudeness or slackness in a sense, the younger generation now, because there's culture shock, as I mentioned, and culture is dynamic. So the things that used to be cool to the older generation would no longer be cool to the newer generation, right? It's been proven over and over that the younger generation now, they like slackness, right? So it's a sad reality, and we have to hold firm, as we mentioned before, to make it cool again, right? So the way forward, I think, with the Raga Soca is to find a way to make it cool again, make it appealing again to the younger generation. I don't think that we need to include slackness, right? because you wanna make it friendly, listener friendly, so everybody can enjoy the music, everybody can enjoy the vibe. But I think the way forward is to make it change, whether it's changing the bass line, changing the rhythmic patterns. I think the way forward with it is to make it cool and appealing to the younger generation.
All right, well said, Javed. Scorpion, you've heard what we would consider to be someone from representing the younger generation. What are your thoughts on this? I mean, what was said there by Gerard, the artist, and from your own perspective?
Well, I mean, yes, there are there are some issues when it relates to the balancing of the particular genres. You know what I'm saying? Like raga soca, for instance. I remember the days when it was dominant, and then of course, we entered a new era, where we call it power soca, which is the fast-paced music, and it is easier for the DJs to actually get their hands on the music or play it firsthand because of the hype and the excitement it brings. Now, both genres, I will try my best not to speak against the power soca, because all comes from calypso, you know what I'm saying, and all plays a role in the festival and of course in the industry. But for me, I think the energy that I'm pushing is the balancing of it, you know what I'm saying, especially on the airwaves, and also in the parties and the promoters, and you know what I'm saying, and also the artists, meaning we need to see more young raga soca singers, and I think this year we have seen a consistently amount of new artists emerging. For example, out of Mason's camp. I'm just saying Mason's camp because I don't know all of the names. Like the guy Kenny had a beautiful song, "Come On My Baby," and of course JR. And congratulations to him. It shows that the youngsters are actually listening and they want to continue the legacy of Raga Soca and Sydney Sonny Grenadine. So I think we are heading in the right direction. As I said, it's just the balancing of it on the airways will be very important for the genre of music as well. You know what I'm saying? And for many and years to come, we're gonna have this discussion again where maybe Raga Soca is taking over and we're not hearing power soca. Just like how we for many years past, we were complaining about female singers, and we were seeing, the absurdity of female singers, you know what I'm saying? I was happy to be, like helping as it relates to the Calypso art form. Sheena Collis, we've seen Empress Nubian, we see Shannon McKenzie, who could continue to be a star in that particular vibes. We have Fire Empress, of course. So there's so many female artists in the industry. So I'm just saying, sometimes in the year we may find, or every 10 years we find a situation where we complain about one thing and then we get it and then we complain about the next. But but for me, I think the balancing of the artists in terms of raga soca singers is there with the amount of persons who are singing power soca. So I think we are actually moving in the right direction when it comes to that. Yeah.
And in terms of what we may say, star quality, you have, for example, like a Skinny Fabulous, yourself, a Fireman Hooper, you have those persons really seemingly like they have become, in a sense, the face of the carnival, if you want to put it that way, in one sense or the other. This sort of attractive star quality, or maybe a quality of where it's about the money and that kind of thing. So it's somewhat exciting. Jay made an interesting statement just now when he spoke about this flatness or whatever you may call it. How do you look at that?
All right. Well, I mean, it's subjective, I mean, Jay, he probably knows what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I think the art form, again, you have to understand the art form to know where we are going and to understand where it came from. You know what I mean? For example, the adults, you know, if an artist is not saying, you know, anything raw as it relates to English terms, like raw meaning disrespectful, but he has an undertone meaning or double undertone of a music, that's what the industry, that's what the art form is, the creativity of it, you know. But the adults are the ones who actually are able to think about something else. Like, for example, Hammond Counts. I did not write that song with trying to be rude or anything. It was actually me watching API and seeing the actual extraction of the congs. And the song, I just, because of the me being around Calypso and the creativity, I just think that it was funny to, you know, to put it together and make it what it is, you know, the congs and hammer, you know what I'm saying? Hammer and congs, you know? And the kids sing that song because they're innocent to the fact. So it is very important that education, which is, as I said, for people to understand the genre, just like Calypso, when the Calypsonian is speaking about a political issue, he find a way to not call the politician name, but say something else. Like, for example, Bear Nancy in the days, you know what I'm saying, with Prime Minister Mitchell, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, people, the adults figure out, you know, probably who they're talking about because he was smart and he is tricky or whatever it is. You know, and that's the beauty about the art form. So we have to be very mindful of the creative aspect of the industry and also understand what is the industry, I mean, the art form. What is the art form? The art form is this, you know, and we shouldn't bash it unless we understand it, you know what I mean? So I think all of that particular you know, style and understanding is very important for us to know who we are as a people and know what the genre is about. So we could have it in Raga Soca, the double Anton, we could have it in Power Soca the same way, and also in Calypso. So it is, as I said, once you're not saying anything that is, as I say, in terms of the English term, that is rude and disrespectful, you're actually doing it, you know, in the creative aspect of Calypso. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we gotta be careful how we say it and how we balance it, you know what I mean? So yeah. I think we could fix it if someone is out of line by, you know, reaching out to them as a veteran or as a elder and say, well, hey, you know, it was a very, you went overboard with this particular line or concept. You know, you need to tone it down in a way that it is not disrespectful in terms of, you know, the listeners, you know what I mean, the youths and the elders. So yeah, we just have to educate.
I also want to ask an interesting question. It probably is interesting. Do you think it is possible to have a politically, let's say, as how the Calypso would express themselves, you know, in using political commentary? You think you could have a politically based power soca?
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Anything, man. You could, yeah, anything.
I think that happened before though.
Yeah. Anything, yeah, man.
I think that happened before with Skinny Fabulous when he did the ULP song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Power Soca. Scorpion made some really important points. And I must pick out as well, you know, the balance of the music, the balance of the playing of the raga and the power, because if we don't appreciate the raga, you know, something, you know, you have a talent and you don't use it, then eventually you lose it, right? So I really take into consideration the balance, and, you know, you gotta call upon the radio stations and not just, you know, expect the CDC to push the music, but the radio station to balance the music. Again, I think some of the influence in regards to the slackness, not to really, because I'm not bashing any genre of music, right? Because music is how you express, how you articulate yourself. But I really think some of the influence of the slackness that is in the music for the generation now, right, is the bouillon, right? Or the bouillon would be with the actual rude lyrics or the rude songs. I think a lot of the bouillon concepts are coming into the soca, into the power soca, right? I admire the song for Skinny and Nyla Blackman, Come Home. I've been trying to come to terms if that's a power soca or if it's a groovy soca, right? Because the BPM is at least 160 BPM, 160 BPM, you know, that's power soca. But then the way that song is sung, it sounds exactly like groovy, right? So I'm wondering if that's plausible approach as well to the power soca, to the soca that we have here instead of the bouillon, imitating the bouillon kind of way approach to the soca, right?
Okay, great. It's interesting. I'd also like to get some perspective from some of the persons who participated in the Calypso segment. So persons like Rejector and the two representatives from the diaspora. I'm going to give them a minute to address what you may consider two of the younger generation persons who, you know, in this segment. And I'm seeing the connection between, let's say, the raga, the power, and the calypso. And then I'll also bring in all, because Bennett Kaba, he represents, you know, holistically. So they've been listening to the discussion. So I want to have Rejector probably, you know, take a couple seconds, you know, 50 seconds, and Jim, and also the other Carlos, Enigma, to just say something in response to, you know, what the guys are saying over here on the raga and power side of things. So Carlos, maybe you can start with you as a veteran. Carlos, check your mic, please. Check your mic, see if it's unmuted. Rejector.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you...
Yes. So I was just saying that.
Yeah, my mic is unmuted.
Okay, great. Okay. Good. So I was just saying, as you may have heard the discussion coming from Scorpion and JR, the artist, you know, what's your perspective on what was said there, having you representing the foundation, so to speak, and these guys are basically of the person who have evolved from Calypso.
Well, I really missed a little bit because I stepped away for a while, but I know what you were speaking about. Yes, in terms of the raga soca, you know, Scorpion said a good bit of it, that, you know, the raga soca is still something that represents, you know, Calypso. You know, let me say Fireman. I think Fireman is a very good example of the soca and power soca, or whatever you want to call it, raga soca. I think he does an excellent job. And in any music, Calypso, any music, one of the things about it is marketing and to write smartly, to grab the audience, and you know, to have something marketable. And I think Fireman and Skinny, and now a number of the other younger artists are doing an excellent job of it. You know, it is lively music. I don't think they were speaking about just now raw lyrics and stuff like that. I really don't see any raw lyrics in the power soca per se. You know, I think the guys are very smart, and I must say that they're doing an excellent job. And it is the future of our music. It is doing a great job, and I continue to support them. I mean, there was some time ago that, you know, a number of the soca artists were writing about rum, and that was quite concerning, because you have to be careful when you write and what you write, because even stronger than the calypsonians these days, the soca artists are very powerful influencers. They influence a huge cross section, and mainly the younger persons. And these are the persons that you have to be careful what you're telling them, because they do exactly what you tell them. You know, that was quite concerning. I know that a number of them were writing about rum, and drink rum. And they, you know, it seemed like they were glorifying rum. You know, it seemed a bit toned down this year. So I'm hoping that that's the trend, you know, that they're going to tone down the rum thing. That was my take on it. But I think so far, the raga soca and the soca artists, they're doing an excellent job.
Thank you very much, Rejector. All right, so let's hear from the next Carlos. You're listening outside, and what do you think of the raga and the power soca comments that were made? That's Enigma. Still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, first, it's great to see the youngsters and taking it up and running with it. It's always good as veterans that we are. It's great to see the ones coming up taking the baton and running with it. To just follow up on what Reject just said about them being influencers. And also what JR was mentioning about the content of some of the songs. As raga soca, power soca, and even calypso singers, we need to be cognizant or more aware of the content of what you're putting out there, because calypso, raga soca, power soca, whatever it is, it's a very powerful tool, and it influences people. I mean, you can use calypso, power soca to ignite a crowd. We can see that from Skinny. He get people to pick up everything that's on the ground and throw them everywhere that he wants them. he can totally get them eating out of his hands. So we know how powerful that is. And one last thing, with great power comes great responsibility.
Absolutely well said. Okay, Jim, from your perspective.
I'm going through the learning process at this stage. My time with a call what you call raga soca, one for the road, power soca would have been one for the road. With the Calypsonian used to sing 2 songs, and one was for the social commentary and one was for the pan or something along that line. So I'm really learning here a lot. I do agree though that the power that comes with those music, everyone have to remember that once you are writing, singing, doing anything along that line and somebody is listening you, you are in turn teaching them. And we ought to be aware of what we are teaching. So when you write your song, you must be aware that you're having an impact on the entire society around you. And you're teaching them, and if what you must be aware what you're teaching them. And I think a lot of artists forget or doesn't realize that they are teachers and they're teaching those who are coming especially. And we must be mindful what we teach them, because whatever you teach them, you expect it down the road to come back at you. So artists have to be mindful and play the role as teachers and do it well. So don't do the wrong thing, as Rejector said. I started to get him worried. It worried me a lot. But again, it tell me where we at a certain time in our development. So artists must, while they're historians, they're also teachers, and they must be mindful of what they're teaching.
Thank you. All right. So thank you very much. Kaba, you're the administrator for this whole aspect of Vincy.
Thank you once again. A quite interesting discussion. Let me start by saying that I'm one of the persons who believes, some people say, I really want to say no, but some people just question it, that we are the creators, or you want to say inventors, of a raga soca. And when you have a child, you must mind your picnic. Allah touch. We shouldn't treat raga soca as an orphan. Now, the person like me have to be very careful when I speak. I would never advocate for one of the genres or subgenres to hold sway over another at the expense of another. We have some persons who are talented enough to straddle all 3 subgenres. We don't have to go very far. We have one of our very talented panelists who has done so, and done so competently and effectively. He has not just done it. There are persons who may sing calypso, sing raga soca, and sing soca, but they just sing. They haven't made an impact. But Scorpion, without a doubt, has made an impact and continues to make an impact. He's one of the most prolific writers that has come out of Simpson Grenadine, the ball of Simpson Grenadine. As he said, he wrote the 2nd place calypso this year for Sheena. And he has written many others. But the point I want to make, and two of you have touched it, and Jeha, in a way, brought it up, is what we call responsibility. To whom much is given, you expect much. Responsibility, and I'm going to give an example, because Rejecter alluded to the rum song, but even more troubling and concerning at times are the songs that influence persons to mash up things. Well, you could sing this song and it's on the airwave, that's okay. Or when you go in an environment, when persons are inebriated, or in other words, persons are intoxicated or drunk, and you give instructions, we have seen the result. I have seen persons' homes during carnivals, rural carnivals, being vandalized, where person on the plane and say, pull up everything, and the person run into people's home, pull up the banana tree, do this, do that. I'm seeing this. You have a responsibility. I've seen it in feds as well, where they take off anything, people take off the whatever. So I am saying to persons, you have a license to sing, but you also have parameters. Just because you can't go defame somebody, you should be able to understand that you can't sing song that could actually incite violence. It may not start that way, but by doing certain things, it could end up that way. Because I have seen persons, I see in my own eyes, a proprietor, a homeowner, ran out of his house with a cutlass because somebody ran into his home and pulled out his mango, his banana tree, and then I speak in vernacular now. Because that's one thing we do today, speak we vernacular, we first language, we and so on. So we have to understand our responsibility. And we also have to understand that raga soca, as again I'm saying, I am not saying to give another genre or subgenre to hold sway over another at the expense of another. Let all of them thrive in the marketplace. We are all, brothers and sisters. That's what Kaiso, Raga, and Soca are. And we should not be seen, even though we do as human beings, it's our nature sometimes to be divisive. I don't preach divisiveness. I preach unity. So, and I just want to say something. Maybe it has not, because when J.R. said what he said, apparently some people did not hear, but there's definitely a song I have heard coming out of Dominica with the Beyond beat that is very explicit and very rare. I don't know if that is for the radio station. Very rare. There is no double meaning, there's no double entente. Straightforward. I can't repeat it on this medium, on this forum. It would be irresponsible of me to do such. But it has something with put something in mouth, has something, has stick something in mouth, something like that. Can I, okay? So, but what I want to hear though is congratulate all the artists who are at the forefront and the vanguard of promoting Calypso. Calypso. That is Kaiso, Raga Soca, and Soca. Do what you do. Also, if you have the opportunity, be a mentor to those under you. Jihar has just indicated that Scorpion has done that with him. And I don't want to sound like if I am stuck into Scorpion. But it's important to sing truth to power. He's not the only one who has helped other persons, but he's here right in front of us. And I know, and not only is he a singer, a writer, Scorpion also contributes by going around speaking to persons, and he has judged on many occasions. Jim, I want to encourage you to do your do. You seem very, you are very, not seem, you are very passionate, and I look forward to you being there with the go-getter Suzette and Egnema. You hear the name he has? Egnema. Very hard to understand. Carlos Egnema. And we have some, those Carloses have some interesting Slavic, you know. One name Rejecter, one name Egnema. And here we had the man who's singing them Scorpion.
All right. All right. Well put together there, Kaba. So I'll go back to JR, and JR, I'm gonna get you to summarize now on the way forward. Take 30 seconds, a minute, thereabout most. Summarize on the way forward, and then I'll take it back to Scorpion, who'll end this segment.
All right. So again, good night, everybody. In regards of Raga Soca, the music itself, I think the way forward as artists that, you know, when we do the writing, we account for some responsibility, remembering that with great power comes great responsibility. We keep it authentic. We keep the authentic Raga Soca beat, because, you know, it's our baby, it's our child, so we have to nurture it, we have to develop it, we have to take it to a state and deliver great things, right? Again, I think the way forward with Raga Soca would be having like a training session, even if it's just amongst artists themselves, where, you know, that we can approach the business side of things and the professional side of things, where you know, we take into consideration everything from being tardy at events, from showing up late, everything, you know, kind of like a guideline, you know, like if it's like a book, how to be the perfect artist. Sorry, I muted my mic. I think that we really need something like a training for young artists, and I think that could start with the older generations, kind of giving some guidance or putting together something like a PDF file that we could read or use to the training from, right? So that's just it in my own opinion, but I think that the way forward with Raga should be.
Thank you very much, Jay, and congratulations. And as you know, we are looking forward to you defending that crown and seeing what comes next year. So to you, Scorpion. All right. To you, Scorpion, you'll round off this segment and take it out.
Yes, so I must say again, thanks, you know, for the SVG Ottawa Association for having me. Also, special thanks to Kaba, you know, the president of the, you know, St. Vincent Calypso Association. I mean, Kaba is a how to put it, you know, he's the watchdog in all of the business, and you know, he sees everything, and you know, he will give great advice. You know what I'm saying? I call him best dressed, you know. You know, he represents the attire of Calypso, you know, because Calypso again is a art form where artists display the dress code, you know what I'm saying? And that is very important in the industry as well, your presentation. He also mentioned responsibility. Now, there's a balance between a creative person, you know, and Mr. Jim mentioned we are teachers. We are not merely teachers, you know what I'm saying? We are music creators. You know, we create vibes, we are entertainers. So yes, we could balance it, but I don't think we are teachers. We are not teachers, you know what I'm saying? However, we could learn about the industry, learn about a particular topic, learn about, you know, how to arrange music, but we are not teachers, you know what I'm saying? So I say that to say that we must not depend upon artists to give you information for your life, you know what I'm saying? However, there are artists who will take up that mantle, you know? But again, it goes back to what Kaba said, responsibility. So it depends on the person's perception of things, you know what I mean? And also everything is always a balance. So with that being said, you know, the way forward is for us to continue to learn about who we are, which is very important. Once you learn about who we are, who create this, who made this possible, who made breakthroughs, you know what I'm saying? Once you become involved in industry, it is important for you to do your research. Research really kept me, you know, being relevant and my relevance in the industry for many years, you know what I'm saying? Because we have so many youngsters coming on, you know, would have great influence in the music, but to be there in the mix after how much, so many years, you know, and still creating great vibes for the people is because of the research, you know what I mean? And you have to continue, you know, do your research and, you know, just basically trying to reinvent yourself every year when it comes to the music, because, you know, we have so many different new technology as it relates to tones in terms of musical instruments. We have to, find different ways to rhyme. Your rhyming scheme, you may have a particular rhyming scheme as an artist. You could change that, by yourself or even having other writers. And also, you may working with a particular producer who have a particular style. If they are not willing to change certain things, then you could go to other producers as well, to mix it up and have relevancy, and you don't be dormant in the industry. So that's the way forward, in my opinion. You gotta switch it up. If you have a particular bassman, you could go to another bassman who may have a different swing. If you have a particular rhythm guitar, go to a different one who may have a different ring. If you in a particular studio, you could change up and go to different studios. So it's just about you being relevant and mixing it up and having an open mind. So going forward, I think all of us have a very important role to play. The mass men. I heard Karen mention, they are merely a party band, but also, of course, she would be willing to incorporate the traditional mass, and also the traditional mass should learn from the new mass like Oxygen as well, to incorporate different vibes. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, as I said, we can't really knock each other and say, oh boy, they throw the whole thing, oh, this is we're going on now. We have to find a way to find a balance. And balance is the world, and balance is the universe. So balance everything, you know what I mean?
Thank you very much, Scorpion. Much appreciated. All right. I don't know if there's any question in the audience. Suzette, indicate if there's any question in the audience to round off this segment. If not, we can move forward.
The chat room, I haven't seen any. I'm not so sure for Vin, if you have. From the Facebook group, there's not much, but if I may permit myself, I can maybe ask a question, because when we think about, we hear about responsibility, we hear about vulgarness. It's a different era. I know for me, in the era in which we come up, it's a different generation. When we look back from how we know how music started, as like in my opening statement, we said it evolved. If I speak to somebody like me, I always see myself, if I'm gonna take music in, I'm gonna go to something that stays in my head. But when we think about raga soca and power soca music, and however that where we want to put it, when you think of international, for me, in my opinion, I think it's always, and I think Jera and Scorpion hinted at it, is one of the best thing to really portray our music in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And not really a question I'm asking, but in everything that we do, what we sought to do is to push that love and to push our indigenous music, as well as the power soca piece. And here in the diaspora again, that's what we do. Is continue all of that to push all of that music. With that being said, I don't know if anybody have any question, but in case of this, is the love of our music, is the love of our culture. We are trying our best here in the diaspora to put forth everything that St. Vincent and the Grenadines has to offer. For that, I don't know if anybody here has any question. Vin, Bay Hill News Network. No, I think they love the conversation. They keep going. They don't want to disturb to have any ask any question, which is good. I mean, you guys are actually, whatever you're saying, you sort of feed into what they wanted to ask. But Gary, I turn that back over to you.
All right, thank you, Suzette. So what we'll have a little intermission. We'll run some ads, and then we'll come back with a brief dialogue on private events versus the CDC shows, and that will bring the house down to discussion. So we'll run some ads for the moment and see you in a bit.
Hi, we're the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band, and we're an easy listening conservative musical provider. We cater for cocktails, receptions, birthday parties, or any private event that you may wish to acquire musical services. Please contact us, the Ultimate 5 Jazz Band.
You are listening to Fun City Radio.
Fun City Radio and FunCityRadio.com.
My uncle now end up in the hospital. Me yesterday scheduled to put off here.
I've got time if you've got time. Success Radio.
The SVG Association of Ottawa, in collaboration with Team The Hill News Network, the Ultimate Five Band, invite you to a Community Pulse Forum. Topic, the transitioning of Vincy Mars, a dialogue on the challenges, opportunities, way forward, plus a question and answer period. Sunday, 27th August, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be a very talented panel. Host Gary Peters of the Ultimate Five Band. Live streaming on The Hill News Network, Kankadi Radio, Success Radio, Fun City Radio, YouTube The Hill News Network. Join the panel via Zoom at SVG Ottawa Association at gmail.com. It is this Sunday, August 27th, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's have a community chat on Vincy Mars.
All right, well, welcome back. Bring the program. We have the last segment here. And after that, we'll bring the program, the discussion to an end. In Vincy Mars 2023, it was noticeable that there was a fall in attendance to most of the organized events in terms of the shows, most of them by CDC, as compared to the rise in patronage at some of these private events. Slated for representation of personnel in this category, we had Dr. Brown, Rodney Small, Karen Vera, and Jim Lewis. I don't think we have two of the persons, they are no longer with us in-house in terms of the persons who would have been on the panel, but I think we still do have Jim. And do we have Dr. Brown? Is he still here? Regardless.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great, fantastic. So we'll have a shortened dialogue in the interest of time, but we want to get your perspectives on this aspect of what we saw happening in Vincy Mars. That is the waning of patronage, persons going out to the CDC events as compared to the private events. So I don't know, maybe you'd like to take the lead on this, Dr. Brown? Maybe you can start by telling us if you had an event or what inspired that.
Ah, boy. So, well, for me, the event was something that I had experienced from a different carnival. But in my estimation, I don't think we have had an event similar to it here. I think there was an attempt, but it was more of just a morning event, a morning party. With the one I did, it was more of a breakfast style with early morning where you're seeing the sunrise. It's a different time, a different feel, something different, a unique feel. And also in terms of the cast, to try and get someone who, Vincent would more or less gravitate to both old, both young. And to try and see if we could do something in terms of the nostalgia, in terms of the old school. I'm a fan of old school calypso and soca as well. And for my event, I actually had Beckett. So with that said, yes, we do try to incorporate things that the older heads would like, but to fuse it, which is what I try to do, to try and make it somewhat unique, but different, unique and different. So I try to kind of get that unique feel, because that's the thing. Everybody has an event. And it's the usual party. You come in, you pay your way in, you buy your drinks, you get a table and you watch or listen to music and you mingle. But that, for me, I do that all the time. Every time you go somewhere, it's the same thing, it's the same thing. How do I make my thing stand out? How do I make it different? And that's the thing. Utilizing what you have at your disposal and making it seem like a novelty is the trick. for instance, a lot of persons in the tourism sector have visited countries and they always promote the white sand beaches. We have black sand beaches too. We could make black sand beaches cool. So I think that mindset kind of helps in terms of trying to put your product forward and promoting it as such. A lot of persons just want to throw the event for throwing the event's sake. For me, it was more of a passion project, something I had wanted to do since 2019. But it was just to find the right timing, the right slot. And it was, for me at the time, I was outside of the island. So it was kind of difficult to try and do something like that, not being here, with seeing what is going on the ground. So as I returned home, I said, well, let me try and give it a shot. And that's how the Solaris breakfast, shameless plug, that's how the Solaris breakfast party came about. So, but part of it was because I experienced it and I wanted to bring something like that here. But the execution of it, I think, this was a first time event. So based on the feedback that I think we got, I think a lot of persons enjoy themselves. So I think they will be looking forward for it next carnival, next Vincy Mass. But I think, and I had mentioned it earlier, it was a passion of mine. I really wanted to do it. And despite not having any startup capital, no big set of sponsors and all of that, I still tried to put forward my product with what I had available at my disposal. So that's the difficult part in terms of where we come head to head with comparing a private promoter's event and the CDC's event. Now, CDC has made steps, especially when we spoke with Rodney, in terms of doing things to entice persons to come and listen to Pan again, for instance. And they would have done other things that would improve some part of their product. But remember, they have in terms of an advantage or a step ahead that we as private promoters won't have. But these are things I came up, that I understand the actual value and the gravity of the situation in terms of what you have going ahead without doing your own thing from scratch. So, for me, that was a learning curve. A lot of things I learned in terms of how it works, how the mechanism is, how Vincentians itself how we deal with our events in comparison to others. So some things we are up, some things we still have a lot of work to do, in my opinion. But as I said, because I really wanted to and I had a passion for it, is basically what jumpstart and got me to actually have a successful throwing of my event. So I know I was all over the place a bit, but I tried to guide it as much as I remembered it. And, I haven't like a flight of ideas, but I still wanted to try and get everything out in terms of my experience. Throwing an event with no startup versus CDC who already have sponsors and, a whole committee in place and all of that to do what they have to do. And with that said, I think that with what they have, the resources that they have available to them, I think that they could more than achieve what they want to achieve in terms of perpetuating the culture and, as I said, making it cool again.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Brown. So Jim, where you sit in the diaspora, we've been hearing for Carnival 2023, flights were booked, persons came home in big numbers. There's obviously the situation where hotel rooms were booked. From your position where you're in the diaspora, and having worked, I think you also had done some work with the Vincy picnic, something in Canada. What do you see from the diaspora as persons coming home? What would they want? What are they looking forward to when they come home in terms of patronizing an event in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from your position where you are there? What are the expectations?
easy. One of the thing again. Thanks, Gary, for that. A lot of people want easy access, and I say easy access in the sense if you're coming home for carnival, you don't want to go lining up to buy no ticket for nothing. You don't want to go around the park carnival night, soca, whatever you're going there and line up for hours trying to get a ticket or being pushed because when you come out from out in North America, you're not into the push thing. And you don't want to go home and line up and being pushed or that kind of stuff. So easy access to to the events. And I say easy access. Another thing I look at people might be looking at is how do you get could you get a passport and I say a passport to all events. Like I buy my stuff before I leave Toronto. I'm going home for carnival. I want to make sure I got all my stuff ready. So could I buy my ticket from before I get home? If I'm staying at a hotel, could I show up at the hotel and is there a package that I get because I'm staying at the hotel? If I'm staying at a guest house or something, I need a package or something that you get. So you come with all you're gonna get all your stuff, as I said, before you leave. And as far as the events are concerned, the Carnival Committee, Development Committee have their special shows. I don't think that there should be no big competition along those special shows. I am not saying that you can't have your private shows and that kind of stuff because that is important. It's very important. The market is there for it. But on the night of, let's say, Soca Monarch, you don't want to have a Soca Monarch happening in town and another man saying, oh boy, let me go up street and have another big Soca Monarch, something competing with the CDC and having that big competition. So I think basically when you're going home from out here, you're looking for easy access to your stuff. You need to be able to buy all your stuff, make sure you have your stuff. If I show up at Victoria Park to buy a pass, I could get a pass for the whole season, a season pass or something. Or I could get it before I leave here that I know when I get home I have it. So I don't have to go running up and down looking for it.
That's very clear, very clear. And there's also a question that is coming from the audience. And I think Suzette, if I'm following, there's a question has been asked, Suzette.
Yes, and it says private events do not have to be at carnival time. Pan, calypso, creative dance, drumming all have a place in our development. So I guess it's really your thoughts on that.
So maybe we can have Kevin responding.
Dr. Brown, exactly. He also has that under his portfolio.
Yes.
As the event promoter.
Put him on the spot.
Okay. No, just in terms of clarity of the question, they're saying that they're saying that pan and so could be done outside of carnival. That's the question.
I think it's their thought. Yes, their thought. Listen, let me try again. Private events do not have to be at carnival time around around carnival time. They were saying that perhaps outside of carnival, what they're suggesting, you can have all of these around, like where you have like pan, calypso, creative dance, and drumming, all of that.
Okay, so this goes back to the point that was made earlier by Mr. Lewis in terms of private events having their event the same time as a carnival event. I have mixed feelings for both. Let me say why. For instance, if to keep the culture alive, you don't want to compete with a show that needs assistance. So it's difficult to say, let's have a private promoter show on the same time you're having Junior Calypso or some other event that is essential to the culture of carnival. With that, I agree. But then we have to look on the flip side. Even if somebody has an event the same night as Soca Monarch, it is kind of difficult to compete with Soca Monarch. Even if they may draw with some of the crowd, it might not be the same crowd, one. Two, when you have 10,000 persons in park and your event has 200, how much of a dent are you really putting? Would those same 200 persons have gone to see the Soca Monarch? So it's relative because a show like Soca Monarch that's already established in St. Vincent, which is the biggest CDC show, let's face it. It's hard to kind of try and compete with that show as a private event. But when it's a show that's not as strong, when you do have an event at that same time, I think, yes, it would affect that event. So I don't know if I've answered the question, but I like to play devil's advocate at times and look at both sides. Overall, part of me, I don't think that you should have shows at the same time as a carnival event. But that is to say that you need now the CDC to step up their game. Because now if you have a show and it's the only show that we have to go through and you're holding us ransom to this show, then at least it should be a good show, you know? So that's I don't know if I've forced person to look at it from that point of view, but you know, if you are saying that this is the only show I can attend, then make it as good as a private promoter would make this show, or at least give the private promoter some input to help you to put on a better show. But then if your show is strong already, I don't think anyone competing on the same night would affect it. But I do see if the show is not as strong and you go and put a show on, then you may take away patrons, or if not all the patrons that they would have gone to see that show. You would have probably run away with those. But again, there are different crowds. And from this carnival, we have actually seen where there were multiple events on the same day and all were well attended. But as I say, perspective is everything.
Interesting.
But
and
it's kind of unfair sometimes, but it's how you look at it.
Jim alluded to some very important points. I mean, when we have a lot of visitors who come in, you're looking at efficiency. Maybe the fact that they've been accustomed, you know, probably ordering a ticket online and having, you know, he made some very important points there. You know, so these are things that maybe that's why you would find that some of the private events are attracting a lot of persons. And then the movement of people is one that's quite interesting, because if you do have that significant momentum of persons moving, then their taste, their variety, when they come to Vincy Mart, the expectation is something that you have to satisfy, or else they probably might, you know, on social media, they, you know,
okay. So I get what you're saying, because what you're touching on is something Karen had mentioned earlier. Now, we can't just be myopic and just think Vincy Mas in the sense that we want to do things for the culture, to push the culture. Yes, we do. But she said we are competing with other carnivals. The question is, how do we, and sometimes the reality of the situation, which is what a lot of other carnivals are going through. For instance, the Mecca. Trinidad has so many private events and only so little cultural events in comparison to. The majority of persons who travel for Trinidad, face it, they're going for the private events. They're going for party in a spring break style, just to party. That's where the droves are going. And some promoters are trying to now modernize, as I said, the old school to make it modern to those who want to come to party. Now, in terms of the other events, how do you get those to compete with the droves that are coming just to party? That is the trick question that you have to answer. And that's why I always allude to Grenada, who have their culture. Everybody going to Grenada to play jab. There is not, for me, it's similar to our Soca Monarch, where everybody, young, old, I was surprised when I went to see little children and young and old, everybody is out doing the cultural thing that is cool. Everybody wants the black paint. Everybody wants the oil. Everybody wants to witness them with all the different animals, you know, the dead animals and so that they have in their mouth. And it's weird, but it is unique to them. And that is their draw. Think about all the other events that Grenada has, that the other islands do have. But persons, the majority of people, I think, go there for the jab. How do we use that now to make our carnival better. I mean, I see a couple things that we have, especially over Trinidad. That's why I always say Vincy Mass is the best. Easily. One, it's more affordable. For what you pay to go to one event in Trinidad, you'll probably spend and go the whole of Vincy Mass comfortably. Two, when you do our road march, for instance, your friends are always involved. So you're not going one, you don't have to choose a band and go one direction, and you don't have enough persons or tickets to go, and then somebody else has to join another band, which goes in a totally different route. The route that we use is right around Kingstown, and if you get lost, you just cross the street and walk backwards. So you can't lose, it's inclusive. You can't lose the persons you're with, you know? So when you come with a group, you will always see a group, you'll always see your friends. And there are other things in terms of the fact that we still keep the cultural aspects of Carnival alive, and we do it so well. Our music, for the past 5 or so years, or 10 years, I might be, undershooting, has been the best in the Caribbean, point blank. We have nobody, we are second to none. But a lot of it has to do with the music that is also palatable to the other countries. Yes, we have our style of music, which has been a debate from the last carnival. And I do support our uniqueness. But sometimes, if you look at songs that are done in the style that we do it, it is unique to that song. A lot of persons try to copy it, but they don't get the same result. So that's the technical aspect in doing a song that is more local in terms of our styling. But we were the pioneers of raga soca. We coined the phrase power soca. And from what we have put out, those that actually made it through despite the little political music aspect that we have going on have done very well. And even the ones that are not the usual commercial / original Vincy style, those songs do well. I mean, Headways was a big song this year. It is a more local style song, but it's so unique, it's so captivating that it did well, not only on the local market, but it actually went out overseas. But then we have other songs I find this year that didn't make it out. But I mean, I could go on and on about this topic. But that's how I feel about it. We had a lot of big, authentic Vincentian tunes that didn't get the push, that would have been instrumental and destroyed other carnivals in terms of how well they were put together. But that's another discussion for another time. But I think in terms of Vincy Mass, we have a lot to market our mass with. And in comparison to the other carnivals, in terms of all the different aspects of mass, I think we are second to none, especially with our creativity.
And to add to that, you think that the private events, well, we call them private events, but it's all part of Vincy Mass, but they're here to stay. They're here to stay.
Well, it's difficult to have a Vincy Mass without those private events, because whether you like it or not, they draw the majority of the tourists. It's a hard pill to swallow, but they do. In terms of the events that CDC has that do well, we know Soca Monarch is the cash cow. But in terms of the other events, we have mass. Compared to what mass was back in the day, to what mass is now, there was more a love for the creative aspect and creating something out of nothing, creating a masterpiece from what you had available to you. The love was there for that. Now, in terms of carrying on that love for it, it's difficult to see it, because I see a lot of them mention about teaching it in schools, because we're trying to build back, to try to get it back in the youth. The love to build in mass, to create in music, to doing the hard part, I would say, of making Carnival great again. I didn't want to use that phrase, but the hard part about, we try to run from the difficult things, but the difficult things is what makes mass. the building, the time spent in the mass camp is a labor of love, but it's not easy. The time spent in the panyard, drilling the song over and over and over. You know, how do you get persons to enjoy that again? It's very difficult to compete, especially seeing that we already kind of gone down a road where a lot of persons want to just come and party. Now, if we end up just being a party capital with just private events and parties, it takes away from what a carnival is. You kind of end up with what, to some extent, Jamaica has and calls their carnival.
All right.
Because Jamaica has no local soca artist that is popular per se. There are a lot of dancehall artists who are trying to cash in on the soca acts, but they don't have no original soca monarch. They have no original raga soca monarch. No, I mean, I can't say mass building from a local cultural standpoint because it's more pretty mass, it's feathers.
Right.
Hence the reason why I drew the comparison to Trinidad, where Lost Tribe actually won Band of the Year by just modernizing old school mass.
All right. So on that point, definitely well said, well put together. Jim, we'll round off with you. I noticed clock on the wall is saying that we are about that time when we are rounding off. So from the diaspora once again, in terms of shows, you bring to an end this segment.
Let me say thanks to all who take part this evening. Thanks to the organizers, the Ottawa Association for putting this together. It was a pleasure being in the company of so many talented, passionate artists and Vincentians on a whole. I felt like coming into this that I was I was coming into an area where too many stars, if I could use that thing, was ahead of me. But I thank for the time to get to learn. I learned quite a bit this evening and looking forward to more discussions like this, more learning sessions like this, and hope that we could keep it up going forward. Again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to you, Mr. Peters, for holding this down.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Jim, and it was a pleasure.
Gary?
Yes?
Yes, I just want to make certain things clear, right? One, CDC embraces private events. Private events are here to stay. It's part and parcel of a Vincy Mass, as it is in other Caribbean countries. The challenge is how we will be able to strike a balance. It is well documented that most of the persons who travel, not only to St. Grenadines, but to other Caribbean countries, go there to party. I heard Dr. Brown made an example, and most of the parties are one of the sameness. They just have different names. Some will be inclusive, some will just be, but they basically replicate each other. You go, you have cuisine, it's a fashion show. You get the opportunity to put on their clothes and so on. You get to intermingle, and you have high premium drinks and so on. It's basically the same thing. But the fact of the matter is, it draws people. That in fact the matter. But CDC has nothing against it. There's an act that governs the CDC. The only thing that the act says is that you cannot have a show of a similar type on the CDC is having a show. If you check out the calendar of events, you'll recognize with the number of events, private events, there's no way you can have them without clashes. So a lot of them are held along with CDC shows. But the main point is that the act says you cannot have an event of a similar type. But it is, as we all seen, we have seen the evidence where all these shows that year after year, there have been an increase in the number of shows. I think they had over 60-something events this time around. It was reported that $4 million was generating ticket sales for private events. That is not me saying that I was in the parliament. Right? And what I want to say to people is that CDC, you see the point I made very early on? there's interconnectivity, and Kevin has made it. And I made it when I spoke about Test cricket and Calypso. Because if you go back in history, and Jim and all will know, biggest show, the biggest show in yesteryear was the Manchgra. Calypso finals and King and Queen the bands. That has waned. The only, and I'm going to, Kevin has said it, so common art is the cash cow. That is common knowledge. But the CDC has responsibility to keep culture alive. CDC will, of course, with new mind, new ideas, have a look of means where they could rebrand or whatever. But fundamentally, Calypso is Calypso. Mass is mass, span is span. But we can't again put our heads in the sand and say, chop our hands in the air and say we can't do anything. That's the point I want us to understand. Yes, the private shows are here to stay. Can there be a way where we have a collaboration, a collaborative effort between private promoters and the CDC to a certain extent? That is something we could only speak about now, but put into action down the road. Are there willing partners? Yes. If you were to do analysis, you will recognize, and they can say themselves, of all the private promoters, that their private shows or all persons have spoken said they were successes. Not one private show have been told was a failure. But while CDC may have the capital, CDC normally ends up in the red. Right? This carnival is about showcasing some of the Grenadines. You heard me spoke and not been divisive, we cannot be divisive. It has to be unity. Unity is strength. United we stand, divided we fall. We have to recognize that Vincy Mars is a Vincentian product. And as proud Vincentian, well-intentioned, when I mean Vincent, we should do everything in our power. We are well-intentioned to ensure that Vincy Mars is a success. CDC failing and this failing does not help our country.
Well
do
said.
we have work to do? Yes, we have work to do. We must never believe we have all the answers. We don't have all the answers. And there are many folks out there who would have good suggestions. And it's incumbent upon us. Of course, the Calypso Association listens. We go on social media, we open up. Anybody want to give us idea? We don't think we have all the answers. We know persons, in fact, who have better ideas than we have. And as far as we can embrace them, we'll embrace them. I want to end by thanking Suzette and our team at SBG Ottawa Association for having the vision to organize and execute this program. And I want to thank all my fellow panelists for a wonderful program. I want to say it was an opportunity for me to meet persons I've never met before. And I think it's the beginning of friendships, and there's an important word here. And that important word is networking. As the president of the Calypso Association, I make it my business on behalf of my organization to try to reach out to Tuco of Trinidad, the Grenada Calypso Association, Dominica, St. Lucia. That is something we have to do. Network as Caribbean people and even people in the diaspora to see how we can get Vincy Mars, enhance the product, get it bigger and better. And of course, how we can get Calypso to move to bigger places. I thank you once more for giving the opportunity to be part of this wonderful program. Good night. May God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Kaba. And with that being said, I also want to thank the SBG Association of Ottawa for inviting me to host this program. It's been an amazing discussion, meeting all these different persons and so forth, and hearing all the ideas. And I hope a lot of notes were taken. And well, Kaba alluded to that, and that we can go forward from this discussion and make even more productive discussions in the future. Thank you again, Suzette. I'm going to hand over to you to bring this program to a close.
Well, it has been a long day, but it has indeed been a long and a fruitful discussion. I know with time being, I want to thank you all very much because it's a Sunday evening that you have given us your entire evening. This is the first of many series we are going to have. As we said, part of SVG Association mandate is to preserve our culture, both at home and in our adoptive homeland, and we are going to do as much to work with everybody and in across the area where we look at Vincy Mas. We hope for the Calypsonians, say the Raga Soca and the Power Soca. In my opinion, as I said in my opening remark, Vincy Mas is not a 10 days thing. We should continue in every aspect. So I'm hoping you all gonna put out more music. And where we here in the diaspora, where we have festivals, local festival, and even back in our native homeland to where you have the music festivals, whether it be those jazz festival, the blues and everything. I would like to see that they really bring in our artists to be part of that. Gary, as a musician, as jazz, I would like to hear some of these artists' music here, where your band as well take on some of those genres and play the music. It's our product. If we don't continue to use it as fully, then why should the outside do it? Again, thank you all so much. This is, as I said, it's the first. We will continue. Here at SVG Auto Association, we try our best to work. So Kaba, sure we'll be talking. For the Calypso, we have funded, provided some funding for the veteran Calypsonians. We'll continue to work with you and to all of you here as well as artists, whatever you have, we want to be in your corner. Dr. Brown, I know you too as a private promoter in that field, where however we can help. One of the things we do here is that we flip our script in terms of giving out scholarship. We used to only give for the academic. We sort of flip it to where we split it and we give bursary, not only for academic, for people who have that appetite for our culture, for kids who cannot afford, parents who cannot afford to put that child to pursue their passion. So with that being said, thank you so much. It's been a long day, but we'll continue to push our culture there. And to all the artists again, as well, you continue, play your music. You all know where to find me, and we will do our part here. And even for some of you artists, as we always said, we know it's marketing. Here the diaspora has a grassroots organization. We don't have that big set of money. We are willing to work with you with your budget. And sometimes if it even to say that, how about if we bring you in and pay for your for your accommodation? Are you willing to work with us so we can get you in? So it's conversation. There's room here to have that conversation. All right. So on that note, I thank you all so much. You guys are family. This is not the first. Again, thank you so much, team Bay Hill News Network, Kankadi Vina, but Success Radio, Fun City. And Gary, you're amazing host. I don't think I could have pulled this off. And to Noel, thank you so much for streaming all of that. Ozzy, I know you had technical difficulties, but you did your role in the background. And to this, I couldn't say, and to my fellow diaspora, ah, Jim and Carlos, welcome. Carlos, we're gonna have that conversation. Yes, we have to have a Canadian crew home for Carnival. So Kaba, look out for me. I'm on CDC's portfolio. All right, guys. Blessing. Take care. One love.
Thanks for having us.
Right.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Suzette. Great program, great program. And I know you're capping now. I know you're trying to tie up things at this point. But beyond the carnival, out of carnival, comes so many songs, so many things. But we have so many festivals on St. Vincent and the Grenadines that should lend themselves to build on what the things, the songs and other things that come out of carnival, the various festivals, jazz festival, for example. Uh, the jazz festival provides an opportunity to get into fusion jazz using our calypsos. Ultimate Five, obviously, can use the songs coming out of Carnival. The music festival, the regattas in the Grenadines, all these festivals, 9 mornings,
they all provide opportunities to promote our various genres of calypso on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I see Carnival as the genesis from which we can spring forward for the rest of the year into the next year. And I believe the opportunity is here, and I think we are sort of we're getting into a pigeonhole when we think that calypso is just about carnival, pan is just about carnival. And I strongly disagree with that. I played a lot of music today from Antigua and St. Croix and Barbados, pan music, so a little bit from St. Vincent. None of them, for example, featured anything gospel or religious or anything of that nature. None of them. So it means that I can only play calypso pan music at carnival time or on special shows, not on a Sunday. I mean, it depends on where you stand. And that's who we are.